Hello.
How's it going?
All right. Just, I guess I can't really complain. Hmm.
I just got off the phone with you remember Ron from yesterday?
Ron, isn't he?
Ron,
I think,
the
I think I remember him. Yeah.
yeah, he was the guy. He gave Casey the idea of like how to monetize the app, with allowing people to pay what they wanted,
Okay.
right? And he's been involved with a lot of startups, helping them scale all that, fancy startup talk, right? Right?
Right.
And um and it's I was telling him that uh I'm surrounded by a lot of these startups that uh we have a lot of help for, um but I can't do everything for them. You know what I mean? Like I
Oh,
can introduce them to Zach and Zach can do his thing. Casey can help them with their finances. Web3 and others can do the software development. Like Matt can do the UX. But it comes to like scale, like if I can identify them and we all say, okay, this is a good startup, you know, who's gonna actually scale them up? You know, who's that person that can actually like organize everything so that it's ready for the investor?
right.
And so now that I met Ron and we talked for like an hour or so, a couple times, now I'm gonna start introducing him to sort of the some of the founders and that are making money, you know, have well poised themselves for either a pre-seed or scaling or at least setting themselves up. I asked the founder, "Hey, so what do you want to do with this company? You want to sell it eventually? Like what?" He's like, um, "No, I want to keep it." I'm like, "Would it hurt to put yourself in a position where people are offering you money for it?" He says, "No, I don't think I would be." It,
Uh,
it doesn't hurt for people to offer me money, right?
No,
So
not
I'm
at all.
like, oh, right. So I'm like, okay, well, I can help. I've helped you over the past year get to kind of this stage where you have relationships, you have your beachhead, we have a clear way forward. But that next step, you know what I mean? That's murky waters. Scaling things up, that's a very specific expertise. Does that make sense?
Of course. Yes.
And and you want someone who's done that before, right?
Very true.
When it talks, you're right, who when you say, "Oh, you want to raise money," they're like, "Okay, what is it for?" Rather than saying, "Oh, you'll never happen." You know what I mean? Like a lot of people are just so dystopian about that. But
Right.
if you have somebody who's actually raised money for their past three startups, it's like, okay, well, you've been able to prove with some regularity that if you agree with the founder's vision, you can execute, right? And
Yeah.
so now it's like things are getting a lot clearer. I sent the image to the group, but yeah, that's what I've been up to.
You're amazing. You really are. I hope that you get, something from all this. I feel like I don't feel like I fit in very well here because I just don't have.
Really?
Oh, absolutely, I don't. I mean, I don't.
Really?
It's not anyone else's fault but my own. I just don't
No,
know.
I don't think you don't fit in. I mean, maybe because I think that we're a fit. I don't notice if you're not a fit with other people.
No, I don't even. What I mean is the echelon, like the stand. The
You think so?
Yeah, I don't like. I don't even have a cohesive idea of what
But I
I.
think if someone presented you with the idea, you could grasp it. No?
Yeah, I could grasp it and run with it, but I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Most people won't run with it. Believe me. Running with it is most of it, and most people won't do that. Most people are too afraid. I'll send you the map as far as I have it right now.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I look forward to meeting your friend tomorrow on Zoom.
Yeah, I wonder, did he text back? Where is Christian? I said tomorrow. We'll see. I He should be pretty good, but
Yeah,
it's gonna happen either way.
right.
But yeah, it'll be exciting. So exciting. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't want
but
to pressure anyone into anything at this point because
no,
I feel like I open my mouth and like everybody gets angry at me. So I mean, and it's my fault. Although, quite frankly,
no,
you know,
it's not a bad sign if people are getting angry at you. It's only a sign that they're angry. Does that make sense? Right? Just because they're angry doesn't mean they're right. It just means they're angry. And the thing is, like, because I have had the experience I have a pretty good sense when people are empty and full of shit. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
it's kind of my job as a recruiter, right?
that's true.
So, so like you know what I mean? So like after I got through the bullshit, I'm pretty sure I could explain it to you and say here's the reason that I don't believe with this thesis. Not to say I'm omniscient. What the fuck do I know? Right? But
I think you
here's
know a lot.
I think I know some things. I also have a healthy respect for the mystery. All right. So, for example, take a look at the DM I just sent you. See
Okay.
if that makes sense to you, and or if there's any acronyms that don't make sense.
No, that absolutely makes sense. Yeah, no,
Right.
that,
So now you understand startups. Congratulations.
no, that easy. Good.
That's it. Now, any one of those functions is fraught with peril.
Oh, yeah.
You understand? Like any of one of those things could derail everything. And even if you get all those things right, you're still in competition with other people. There's nothing to say that because you did everything right, you did it in time, you did it before other people, you have enough connections to make it happen. Like there's so many things that could go wrong.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Absolutely. If I've learned anything from this process, it's the fickleness of the beast, right?
A healthy respect for the mystery.
Mm.
So when I see people say things with certainty, I'm like, yeah. Okay, so like, have you proved out that thesis at all? In any way, shape, or form? Has anyone exchanged a penny for this? Even a penny? Or did you have to tie down your spouse to use it? And that's the extent, you know?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Because if you're at that level, that's okay. I just need to introduce you to Zach. Hey, Zach, I have someone you need to meet. Oh, yeah? Who is it? This person has a great idea. And that's about that. Oh, I know what to do with that. You know?
I just, speaking for myself, obviously, I just have to be conservative right now financially because, it's just, I just have to get my act together and balance my time, in a better way.
It's also one of those things where, like, because it's us, you can let me know what works for you. Does that make sense? And because I know Christian, we're all the way I talk to you is the same way I talk to Christian, right? It's really the same way I talk to everybody at this point. We're
Right.
like, yo, Christian, check this out. So this is a situation. This is someone I believe in. Blah 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 blah. Instead of this, what if it was this, right? And he'll be like, yo, I'm down. And that's why I said instead of like us jumping in first, what if you just met the people, you know, and see if you vibe with them. And if you vibe with them and they vibe with you and you're on the same page, great. Maybe you take it forward. Maybe you say, you know what? Yes, but not right now. That's fine.
Right.
Right?
No, makes sense.
You know, no harm, no foul. So,
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm interested in it, and I think if I can do anything well, that's probably one of the
right?
most likely things.
Yes. I mean, people literally hire you at the most dire moment to speak on their behalf.
Well, that's that's a little different. And, that's kind of like, yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about, like the general announcement. I don't know what, let me
Here's the thing.
rephrase it. Let me
We
rephrase this, okay?
Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead.
I'm looking more for, fun things to do with my voice, like
Yeah.
cartoons and animation, and I'm not really thinking, but your honor, because I can literally
Well,
sign up for that
keep
tomorrow.
in mind that video games is twice as big as film and TV combined,
And that's
right?
right.
So that's kind of the X factor. And when you consider video games, they might hear your voice and say, "Oh, Grand Theft Auto. We need a non-playable character for this." You know what I mean? Like stupid shit. Like
Right.
things that you wouldn't even think of. That they cast people all day long, every day of the year.
And that would be great. I would like that
Yeah.
very much. It's certainly better than, um, you know, arguing over things involving the law. I mean, I just,
You can do it, but it's not where your heart lies.
oh no, it's a,
Yeah,
law's a vocation. It's like
right.
a doctor, an MD. You get that call, you're on call. It's just bananas. And I never felt that way about it. I tried to, but it's kind of like, maybe I'm too easily distracted. I don't know.
Well, I think the one thing that brings us all together is that we're all easily distracted.
Yeah, really. I mean, thankfully, I was good at it, and I still am. I have a couple of things I got to wrap up, but my intent is to kind of wind that down and
Yeah,
maybe take on more of a consultant slash advisory
yeah,
role, pre-trial.
absolutely.
I'm not a trial litigator. I can do like family custody, but I'm
Hmm.
not like these commercial or contract litigators you see on like television. Although I can do that too. My preference is that I know that there's better connected people out there that would do a better job overall. Does that make
And
sense?
and that is a good thing to realize. And just in the same way I'm realizing, you know what? I'm better at being at the top of the funnel than in the middle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
Perfectly fine, as long as I can find people to be in the middle, right? And have already established themselves in a way that they can uh, charge and deliver.
But that's
Fantastic.
strange because like trial attorneys, they don't like to do like the background work that makes their case go move forward. They
Of
want to be the
course,
presenter and the actor.
of
And
course.
I've always been more of a behind the scenes. Let me hire that detective because I know there's going to be settlement negotiations on Black Friday. Once
Yes.
over the policy limits, so let's see how they act after the settlement goes.
Yeah, I'm good at that. I'm good at the stuff that requires humans. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Like, don't ask me to do the technical work, but if you need to get me to get on the phone with very little information, yeah, I'm good. I'll figure it out. What are we talking about?
So yeah, I mean that. But anyway, getting back to reality.
Hmm.
Right. Right. I mean, I kind of, there are certain things I vibe better with than, being the flashy trial attorney, like on what you see on Suits, is not really
Right.
my
I,
style.
I I don't need to pitch the company, but I'll make sure that whoever's pitching the company can stand strong in their 2 feet.
Right. But don't get me wrong, I can do that. It's just not
I
my
can do
preferred
that. I
role.
just don't want to.
Right.
Right? I'm
Not
the guy in the background and be like, here, you meet you, you meet you, you meet you, you. Let me know when you need money.
But you'd be surprised well, you probably aren't surprised, but I was surprised at how many times I've like been thrown to the wolves, and sometimes if you mess that up when you're practicing law in front of a federal judge, it's just like I've seen people go down in flames, and it's like, yeah, hold on, everybody, this is not the right attorney that should be here for this. I'm going to call their law firm and find another one, and the federal judge gets their law clerk to call the phone number of the firm,
Well,
totally tortures the poor person there. I mean, it's just that's burning humiliation, and I've been very fortunate to avoid things like that. But yeah, you can get thrown out there, and you got to either sink or swim. I've seen both happen.
And I've been a party to both myself.
Yeah, it's
You
kind
know
of like,
what I mean?
ooh,
Right?
right.
I've, you know what I mean? If you haven't been over your head at one point in your life, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, that's true. Although at my age, I do try to avoid being humiliated, but it happens. You just have to deal with it.
It's my capacity for humiliation, I think, is part of the growth.
Well, I've been in some really odd conversations with judges over the years too, like especially when they're about to retire. They're very candid, and it was me and two
Oh,
other
no.
male attorneys, and the judge says, "So I have a question for all of you." So we sit down, and he says, I heard about this study driving into court today that said we're in chambers, okay?" And he says, I that that the amount of money you make and your role is in direct correlation with the lack of sex that you have. So in other words, he was saying that the more important you are and the more you have to do and the more money you make, the less often you have sex. And of course, all the men there are like flustered because it's like, okay, do I admit that I'm like not making a lot of money, or do I have to like say I don't have a lot of sex? Like what exactly am I supposed to say? They're floundering, and I'm like, thank goodness, because no one cares about me over here. I'm the only female in the room. And so, but it come to find out, like, we're talking awkwardly about this, trying to feel out, like, because you never want a judge to like not like you and then take it out on you and on a gray area in the middle of a trial. So the guys are like, well, so I have sex a lot, so I guess I'm poor. And I look at the judge and I'm like, well, I don't really know about you, but I don't really do that very often relative to you other guys. So I guess I have a lot of money. And the judge is like, yeah, me too. So it's like me and this 64-year-old judge have sex as often as each other. So I thought that was hilarious.
It's a
So
great
not
way to
very
build
often.
rapport.
So it was really hilarious. And his secretary walks in. Are you asking those questions again? Can you stop that? And he's like, well, I don't know. I don't give a shit.
I'm like, I'm out of here. This
Oh,
is
Yeah,
the
what
yeah.
what are you gonna do? Sue me? No.
exactly. Right. Well, they were worried I'd get offended, but I was like,
Yes.
whatever.
It's here's the thing. Like I realized as a recruiter, like really early on, that when people started swearing on the phone, they were finally my friend.
That's the fun part.
And it was like I just needed them to get so comfortable that they would swear on the phone.
No, that's always good. But you know what? You're easy to talk to. I mean, that's a gift.
Uh I'll put it this way. It wasn't always like this. I'm 39. It took me a while. I wish it happened earlier. It did not.
I bet she disagrees.
Huh?
I
No. What do
challenge.
you think, Ellie? Because you've known me for 5 years.
I mean, you communicate differently now, but I still loved your sound as you. So I don't know.
Oh,
I know he's getting all bashful. He's doing cute. He's looking at me with weirdest stare into my eyes as he says thank you, and I am so creeped out right now.
Hey, Cakes is a cutie pie.
Whoop whoop. To accept the thank you, and they told me I had to look people in the eye and say thank you, but they didn't say when I had to blink.
was that uncomfortable for you?
Was that uncomfortable, Ellie?
It's oh my god, it's the fact that he's got his mouth open, eyes super open, and like crazy eye stare.
Oh no.
Maybe if you just looked at me like a person.
Look, this is why I'm on Twitter Spaces. I don't know how to do that.
Yes, you do. You looed me.
Yeah, on Tinder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a powerful lecture. Pythagoras and the divinity of number.
You sent that over Tinder?
Yeah,
So hot.
yeah,
Fucking
So
brilliant.
hot.
Yeah, no
yeah,
wonder you got married, bro. Shit, man.
So hot.
yeah.
I know. Other guys were sending me like unsolicited dick pics, and then this guy sent me a lecture. I was like, oh God, so hot. So hot.
It's a good lecture, man.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Those teaching company lectures, it might seem old school. That shit is banging.
That's the homie we were watching, right? The guys that go over the history of Western philosophy and all that.
Well, one of that was Wheaton College. I put it to the top. But it's like a 20-minute lecture. Yeah, crazy. Put everything together for me. What?
Could that, I just realized, could that be our other service? Because I just realized.
What?
Well, it wasn't just the lecture, that you sent me. I mean, but that was obviously a really strong opener. But also, like, no unsolicited dick pics. And you never asked me about, like, or insinuated sex with my students. So many guys would ask me about, like, ooh, do you ever, like, do it with, I'm like, but dude, why is that the first place you ask? And maybe as a
Yeah.
service, we can teach guys better etiquette. Or should we not, because you just want that out there so you know right away?
What if
Nah.
what if it was a dating service that taught guys that gave them flags that said, "Hey, you have fucking zero game, bro. Check this out. Don't take a picture of your dick. Delete them all. They're not useful."
Well, unsolicited, because I know some people like them. But just don't send an unsolicited one. That's not okay.
Maybe it's one of those things where it's like we should have conversation points to open up a clothed picture of your dick. You know what I mean? Right? Like they would have to pass like a certain point threshold.
Might help
All
some
right.
people. I mean, I think some people would definitely benefit from that.
Right? And we just it's like curb your enthusiasm, but the dating app.
Yeah.
I just immediately realized that I don't know if that would then help gross guys, hide their grossness. And is that a disservice? So I take my idea. I apologize.
Well, we have to make mistakes in the right direction. All right? Yeah. It's so
Agreed.
funny.
There's plenty of lessons that a 20-year-old would never pick up, and then they turn 40, and it's like, oh yeah. So I love that idea. I feel like fraternities in a way kind of that's their market. They got etiquette dinners and all that other stuff.
Interesting. It's like
Dealing with the same kind of guy.
it's interesting too because the guys with the least amount of game think they have the most of it.
No, period.
It's a Dunning-Kruger for game.
Chemicals, right?
That's fuck. That's why they need chemicals. You're an asshole.
Yes, I am.
Jeez. Yeah. Sure.
That's real.
So what's this Christian person like? Is he Canadian? Yeah, he is Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes. He's Canadian, and then spent time in LA doing whatever they do in LA, and then he came back.
Yeah.
Matthews, you met him, eh?
Oh shit. Potenza. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like I know Christian, so I'm biased. How would you describe Christian to someone who never met him before?
Oh man, can I talk about the context that we met in? Am I allowed to talk about that, or
Yeah,
should I?
please. Yeah.
Oh, Sandra, it's so great. So I work in behavioral health. Christian Potenza is autistic. He works with kids who are autistic, and so we were going to bring over his voice acting class as a service down here to the States, because it doesn't take much to get it hooked into regional centers. You could use it for like day programs. Like, it just fits into a lot of our social services. So that's kind of what we were working on. And then there was another company that Michael kind of got us talking to. They had experience in behavioral health out there in Canada. They also were looking to come out to the States. So we end up in a meeting, all of us, and the talk kind of goes like the way we talk here, you know what I mean? And when it was myself, Michael, and Christian, it was beautiful. We were talking about music and ratios and mathematics and how it ties to these philosophers. And I was just stuffing my head straight up into my ass. And then we got on with the people from that other business, and it just turned into I don't even know how to describe what I witnessed, but I was upset. But basically, the guy had an idea. He has it all together. They came in. They weren't even trying to steal it, but they were just talking shit to him and making it seem like he didn't know what he was talking about. He wouldn't be able to deliver. And then the guy just stopped talking, which I loved. It was the most beautiful power move where it was like, yeah, you know what? We don't vibe. It's actually not going to work between us, and that's okay. So the rest of us were trying, I don't want to say trying to salvage it, but you know what I mean? We all have prior relationships and all this kind of stuff. But Christian doesn't deal with the bullshit and doesn't have to, you know, like, he's a millionaire, but he didn't react like a millionaire does. He was just like, you know what? I can't do this. Like, I can't be a cockatiel. But anyway, so yeah, I love the guy.
So he doesn't like drama, is what you're saying?
Ha. And what's great is that was the name of his show, Total Drama. I fucking love it. But yeah, he was anti. And you know, I mean, we've seen it here. There are people who come in with, you know, there are people in positions, they have real job, you know, they're doing things, and then it's kind of like ooh, like, why? I'm your friend. Like, why are you being mean to me, dude? And he's not like that at all. And he doesn't like that kind of stuff. So yeah. But no, he's a great and brilliant instructor. Like, just in the conversation that I had with him, there are a bunch of things that I'd already taken on with me. And it's just, yeah, it's fire.
Cool.
Anyway, yeah, sorry for trying to pitch him. I just haven't talked about him in so long. So when I heard about the Christian guy, I thought you were talking about a Christian guy who lived in Canada and then went to LA. So I was like, oh yeah, you know how we do. This is City of Angels. It's like, oh no, Christian. Oh my God, I love that guy.
Well, I hope it works out. I think it's something that would be very useful for me.
Oh yeah. So Matthias, what we're doing instead of
nice.
what we're doing, we're gonna try to do it tomorrow night. We'll figure it out an evening this week. You know how it is with us. I don't know about you guys. Are you guys really schedule driven?
Schedule
Not
driven.
me.
No. Okay. Good. Like
Mondays through Thursdays.
I understand, right?
Boom.
So like he'll message me. So what I figured I would do is, instead of just like starting people off with just saying, hey, you know, here's a bunch of money that you have to pay, like, why don't you just have a chat with Christian for like half an hour? You know what I mean? See if you vibe.
Nice. Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
And if it's good for you, great. You can chop up the money, whatever. If it's good for you later on, you can chop up the money later. You know what I mean? Like, either way, you know, you spend half an hour with Christian, chop it up, and you're good.
Nice.
You know?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll figure out the time, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, it's been a good day.
Cool. I like to hear that. I'd rather hear that than study.
Wait, what did I just miss? I'm so sad right now.
Can I bottle her? Can you put it in my pocket? I want it to just be in my life always.
It's so funny because Sandra like starts saying she doesn't feel like she fits in and blah blah. I'm like, no, you have no idea. You see it all so clearly, and I sent her the diagram.
You're like extra fit in.
I just want to have a few friends.
Yes.
I want to like capture you and have you live here. I like you. I like you a lot.
I like all of you too. I like everybody except. No, I won't say that.
Oh,
No, I like everybody.
say it. Yes.
No,
Yes. We
no, I have
need.
a short memory. I don't remember who I'm mad at anyway most of the time. Too much drama.
Total drama, if you will.
The thing is, like, sometimes the drama goes good. Like, even though it was kind of annoying, that thing we did with Quinn was the highlight of, like, maybe the past 90 days.
That was amazing. That was a riot.
What happened with Quinn?
Describe that.
How would you describe it, Sandra?
It's a wee bit of racism. Yeah, a little tiny bit.
Nice.
Maybe a little.
Hey, man.
So,
Black
Quinn
people
comes in.
shouldn't be that north. Anyway, sorry. sorry.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But there,
But I was like, actually, that's literally where we went. It was like, yeah, this ain't working out. I gotta.
Well,
Anyway,
like,
please continue. Please, sorry.
it's crazy the connection between black people in Nova Scotia and black people in like Louisiana.
Damn, reverse
It's
Acadians.
crazy. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's crazy. Yeah,
Crazy.
right. Yeah, isn't that nuts? And so you'd think that they're like, how the fuck would you ever be connected? And it's like, oh, okay, well.
Funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
hey, bro, the 1800s were complicated. Okay. Fuck.
Oh man, what were we talking about?
What happened when Quinn did that?
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, Ali. Please
Oh
continue.
yeah.
Well, I just think it's interesting that it started with the idea of it being a dating space.
Nova Scotia?
So we were in the background talking to a few of our lady friends about how there's, a few eligible gentlemen and our friends, and maybe we could, do the syndicate speed dating, which would be fucking hilarious and fun, right? So
yes,
we wanted to write because, we're all excellent humans and we deserve all their love. And if there's humans that we can link up together, why not? Spread the love.
Like get together. We're not together alone no more. Anyway,
exactly. We get together. I like that. The syndicate together.
Together. It's in the name.
Oh yeah.
With the fucking puns, I'm gonna headbutt you. So
I'm sorry. It's literally
no, it's okay. It's all love. It's Mike's fucking fault. It is his. But it's also your fault with the opera conditioning, you fucking guy. So Dente gyrus, fucking guy.
Fuck, man.
He uses it on me, and now my family actually was like, "Hey, Ali, you actually have an Indian accent now." I'm like, "It's Mike's fucking fault." So,
excellent.
Anyways, completely sidetracked. So we were like, let's jump into space and just test it out. Let's call this the dating space and let's just talk it out. And
minimum pimping. Let's go.
Love it. Do it. Because Mike's like, let's not wait. Let's do it. So we did it. And then this random, Scottish guy? Where was he from?
Yeah.
Scotland. He was outside of Edinburgh. Outside of Edinburgh.
Yes.
And would not give up the mic. He just kept talking and dropping shit that we don't care about, like some actress and something nobody can care about. DM'd him, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? So, anyways, we're talking about stuff, and then Quinn drops in the room, and the first thing out of this dude's mouth is, "Hey, you want to talk about rap?" And Quinn is like, "What in the actual fuck?"
Wow.
Yeah. So are you telling me the only thing you never? So the only black person comes in the room, and you've been talking to all these people this whole time, and I come up and you ask me if I'm this freestylist. How come you don't ask me about books?
For the dreams I have.
Yeah.
Damn.
I
Yeah.
went to school for years, and now all you want to do is ask me about fucking rappers, right? And for the next 90 minutes, this guy, you ever see people take 3-pointers and then move farther back? Like this guy kept just digging himself into one grave after another
Nice.
for 90 minutes. And by the end of it, Quinn and I are, this guy's talking, right? But because they have Edinburgh internet, it's not that strong.
Uh,
So
uh,
this guy's
uh.
just talking, and Quinn and I are just having a conversation with each other. It's like, fuck, isn't this amazing? It's fucking recorded. This is great, right? Can you believe he's still
Oh
talking? It's
wow.
amazing.
That
Wow,
was
he's still.
today.
Yo, that was
Dog, I'm about to quit. I
Guy
can't.
doubled down.
yeah, triple
Oh
down.
my god.
Quadruple
And
down.
quadrupled and then sent us a photo and was like, you look like this dude and look nothing like him. And I'm like, oh my god, what is happening right now? What is
Oh,
happening right now?
Yeah.
And like, oh my god. And the fact that Quinn is, didn't he almost go pro in skateboarding?
Yeah.
He never
whoa.
about this guy.
Black guy you've ever met. You know what I mean?
Skinny jeans wearing Quinn. And
Yeah.
what is happening?
Yeah. It's so funny,
What is happening?
right?
Oh my god.
But like people are just used to saying like, "Oh, that's a black guy. I guess you like Tyler Perry movies, and I guess you like this, and I guess you like basketball, and I guess you know what I mean? Like there's
I mean,
all
yeah.
of these baggage that people have."
They'd be right though, except for the Tyler Perry movies. That's my problem. Anyway, sorry. Damn,
The thing is,
I'm sorry.
I
I'm sorry.
I remember talking to Quinn,
Oh
and he
shit! Hey, you
told me,
guys. I'm sorry. Zach's here. I gotta go. I'll see you guys.
"Oh shit."
Oh man, he's out of here.
He's sticking with the with the character. It's good. You gotta commit.
He
I
fucking
didn't like
commits
that
to
idea. I
pissing
didn't
me off.
realize that.
That's for sure.
Uh-oh.
Zach, I'm sorry, Zach. Please.
Oh, I'm in this other space trying to send founders and VCs and a bunch of other people messages being like, "Fuck this place. Come over here to the Syndicate." And like, so that's where I've been. Is I've just been
So
DMing a bunch of them, being like, "This sucks. They say the same thing every time.
yeah,
Come over here."
well, sure. It's so Zach, I like so friggin' Ron probably for like 2-3 hours. Like basically like uh the last time I talked to him was maybe an hour ago, and he put on his webcam and just him with his shirt off like Matthew McConaughey with his library behind him of like this, that, and the other. It's crazy, right? And so and I look at his resume, I'm like, have you looked at his resume? It's crazy. Hey, what do? I raise money for startups and I scale them up. I was like, what the shit? All right. So I talked to like a founder, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. Because I told the founder, is like, look, I've gotten you to this step, but there are things that I have not done before. Does that make sense? So, and he's like, no, man, I think you could do it. I was like, I could do it if I watched you do it, but I'm not going to claim that I can do something that I have not done before, especially when it comes to that kind of shit. Right? So I was like,
Yeah,
hey,
he's
would
like,
you want to? Yeah, right. So would you want to speak to a guy like Ron? Send him the resume, and he's like, yeah, this looks great. So I'm like, all right. So I'll set up the call, and Ron is like, I'll give you like the first hour for free. We'll start there. Right. So now all we need to do is found the right founders. Right. The VCs can wait. You know what I mean? Hey, VC, we'll talk to you in 90 days. How about that? You want to pencil it in? All right, we'll talk to you then. You know what I mean? It's more about working with the founders and introducing them to Ron as fast as possible if they're ready for Ron.
we just need to get Matthews to build a startup so that I can shit all over it.
Tell me what we need to do next, Zach.
No, the animosity is because Zach's white and Mattios is Mexican, so they have a natural clash.
That is
I don't know.
So I think
Nah.
we start a startup, and it's one that gives you profound little like motivational quotes every day. but it's all from authors that Matios hates. So it's like,
Oh, I literally.
So you're talking about Anthony's reading list.
yeah. So it's just Anthony's reading. We just do Anthony's reading list. We can call the. So sometimes when you download the app, it'll be called Anthony's reading list, and sometimes when you download it, is like, this is to piss Matios off.
It
I like it.
worked.
I like it.
It's already successful.
So, Matthew, let's try this out. Are you in love with Thorndike, or are you learning to hate him once again?
Yo, thank you for that, because he finally said something that I couldn't fucking stand, and it's in the realm of that Sam Harris bullshit, where he's like, oh well, all learning is just the extension of these associations which are constructed by.
That's all
And I'm
it
like,
is.
see, fuck. How? Why?
If you believe anything else, you're wrong.
But how? I don't want to talk about this shit no more.
I love your
Anyway,
reactions more than anything. I feel like if I could bottle your reactions to these things and just like sip it while I have to do like a really hard workout and just sip the tears, it would just motivate me so much.
Man, you know what? I'll say this about Thorndike. You just made me realize, Zach, that at the end of the day, Thorndike is American. So he's right. Like, that's the line I take.
Yeah,
Sam Harris, on the
you're
other
afraid
hand,
the CIA's listening in, and if you say anything else, then you're brown. So I mean,
oh man, I'm the reason. They're the reason why I'm here, Zach. They're all about that. They're all about that.
They're the reason I'm here.
They brought me here twice, Zach.
You know, it would be really funny if we made that app. If Matios was the founder that made an app of all the quotes that Matios hates, because then he could double dip, because you could contradict the app that you made on all the social media platforms.
Oh shit!
And be contrarian to your own like app.
That like, if you could just wrap me up, if you could just bottle my essence.
So what
how
you're
could
saying
I be
is
more contrarian?
It could be like, you could be like Jordan Peterson, right? So you have Matios's 12 Rules for Life, and then the other book is like Mathos's 12 Rules for Life, where it's like make your bed, and then the other book is like mess up your bed or whatever, you know?
I'm about to change my name to Matheus B. Peterson, honestly. Dude. Maybe that's how we could push it. I'll just make a bunch of alts that still use my first name. And they still write in my cadence, and I'll be like, dude, that's not me. Like, how the fuck does that even sound like me?
We could run the in parallel. You know what I mean? All of them. I have this idea of like,
excellent.
If you have an idea for an app, for sure you should release it under 5 different brands at the same time and see which one.
Brilliant. A through G testing. Let's go.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Did anyone read the White House release that I posted in the group chat?
I hate you for it.
Yeah, CBDCs are a reality.
I'm just I skimmed it, so I was wondering what everyone else would say, because the room that Dan and I were in had a bunch of finance people saying that crypto's going away in the next like 12 months. So your crypto goodbye. And I was like, I don't know about that, but
what is CBDC? I'm sorry.
I said I only skimmed it.
So
it's
CBDC,
a central bank digital coin.
Yes.
So instead of Bitcoin, it's Canada coin.
Oh, they're not in Canada.
So if you want to know about how they're building this, look up Zilliqa.
Oh, sure.
The Monetary Authority of Singapore, Project Ubin. They've been doing it in Singapore for years, and I know that because I did a marketing bounty with Singapore 4 years ago, and that's where I learned all of this.
I remember that too.
I learned all of this shit from these motherfuckers in Singapore. And I talked to an internal developer, and he says, yes, there's proof of work, and there's proof of stake, and then there's sharding, and there's network sharding. Is like, this is theoretical, and this is not. And I'm like, what the shit? And so they created like Zilliqa and the Merlin protocol. And yo, the only reason they're not popular is one, they're Singapore, and two, they're helping do soccer NFTs. And who the fuck in America cares about soccer NFTs?
Whoa.
So yeah, this is they don't want to launch something that hasn't been tested. But where better to test a central bank digital currency than Singapore?
So the central bank, they're talking about our central bank, right?
Exactly. So USA coin, Canada coin. Right?
Oh, North America.
G20.
Let's go.
Yeah. At the same time, India figured out a way to monetize Bitcoin, which is to tax the fuck out of it. So to the point where you would never think about almost being a day trader, if that makes sense. When you look at just the way they tax it.
Were they trying to curb it, or were they just saying you're going to make money that I'm going to make money?
Look, because if you think about what's happening is, if you're a country, you have to maintain and control over the monetary policy. If you lose control over, what the fuck do you have if you don't have monetary policy? You have nothing. You have absolutely nothing. You don't even, you have porous. You think you have open borders if you don't have a wall? Imagine not controlling the value of your own currency. You're completely fucked, right?
I mean, there's no borders. There's no borders in Europe, so I don't. There's no walls in Europe, and there's no borders. So I guess they.
Yeah, I mean, their border is a hedge against Asia and Russia. That's the border.
I'm just saying, fuck your example. You obviously didn't consult Allie before you made that comment, so.
No, it's okay. The thing is,
I love hearing her laugh in the background.
The thing is, and you got to understand that this is the U.S. crisis, right? Which is, how do they maintain control of their monetary policy, right?
Wake the CIA back up. Sorry.
So the biggest thing that the U.S. won in World War II was the ability to denominate oil in U.S. dollars.
Ooh, touche.
You understand? So this is what's really at stake. And if you've noticed, Russia gave India a discount to buy oil in rubles. I think it was 30 or 40%. So right now we're kind of having this new format war over the denomination of a barrel of oil.
Oh shit! So when
when
bought
OPEC,
it in
when OPEC has their meeting in September, there's been rumored that they're going to discuss that they're going to go lean towards China and Russia and start eliminating the dollar payments in oil, and possibly even requesting payment in other.
So imagine what would happen if the format upon which barrels of oil were exchanged were to change. And you got to understand, who owns most U.S. debt? China, right?
Nice.
So they're kind of in a situation of this George Soros breaking the bank. And the thing is, people are so caught up in the stupid arguments about Bitcoin that they don't see the main fucking one. Does it make sense? And so that's why I don't usually talk about Bitcoin, because it's usually about some bullshit.
I'm not going to lie, man.
But here's the thing, if you want to know, so who's trading Bitcoin? If you ask Brad, the person who knows more about Bitcoin than anyone, he'll tell you it's Tether. He'll tell you 70% of the daily flow of Bitcoin is traded in USD or Bitcoin pairs, right? So, the hedge against all of this is that, Michael Pena, you know Michael Pena, that short guy? You ever see the short guy that yells at? Oh, you would
Oh,
love.
yeah. The old dude. Yes.
The Oracle, we call him in Canada. Anyways,
Excellent.
look, the rabbit hole goes deep, right? It's just one of those things where I saw all of this shit a long time ago, and it was one of those things where I did not want to put all of my eggs in this arbitrary basket that was manipulated. Does that make sense? It's like, yeah, for sure, let's play some bets, but let's recognize they're just bets and move on with our life.
Damn.
So people might be buying XRP hand over fist, for example, right? Which is an established, product that could unlock this ability to do CBDC. JP Morgan was toying with a JP Morgan Forum. Probably Coinbase is giving away XRP. You understand, right? Right, XRP, which is also the founders, with the World Economic Forum that nobody likes. But what do you think? You don't think that the world's leaders aren't having their own Twitter spaces? So, anyways, what do I know?
Fascinating times we live in.
What hasn't happened in years can happen in a day.
I'm a fan.
Look, I have a vested interest in the U.S. being on top, because if the U.S. is on top, for sure Canada's not on top either. So I'm rooting for Zach. I'm rooting for Zach.
Yes.
Zach, whatever you please.
Canada was on top. It was a new age. We didn't know what was right anymore. We wrote in the pages. Logs were shown. It'd be the last time that America would ever stand, let alone without a whole lot of cum on its face. Canada had come. It was sitting on top. It was going to ride America raw. And we were warranted for it. We played the games, and the Canadians came. They were well fortified, well in their bunkers. They were way ahead of the game. The day that Canada came.
All right, Dan. That beat, was that one of the tools that you talked to us about in the past?
Yeah, that's a box called the OB4. It's actually not an AI tool. That's actually an actual speaker. It's from Teenage Engineering. It's called the OB4, and I just been screwing around, sampled a song, and then I just use that as the little beat there in the background. It's really a great box to get. You should totally get one, man. Totally on the fly, not
Man,
crafted, totally serendipitous beat.
that.
Then we can remix it, Mathis. We'll just give you a little remix here.
All right, Matthew. Sure.
Whoa.
Yeah. Get lost there for a while.
Is this like an MPC?
It's not actually
a sampler.
It's crazy, man. It's
like, how are you just chopping like that, then, Dan?
Okay,
what the fuck, man?
I know,
sorry,
man.
Sorry,
you gotta get one. All right.
My
So
bad.
what it is that it's a boombox, right? So it's a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
You can pipe a signal into it. You can run it on Bluetooth. So I'm just Bluetooth and Spotify Streamlist into it live, and I'm cutting it up. So the way it works is that it's got a 2-hour recorder.
Oh my gosh!
But you don't actually record a 2-hour loop. What you do is it's always recording. So you get to a song that you like, and you let it go for like 30 seconds, right? And what you're doing is getting some tape down, right? You're getting some of that piece down, and then you go in, you grab your 1 bar loop, which is mostly what you do. You grab a bar loop wherever you want, and then you can cut that down, of a half, an eighth, fourth, all the way down to like 1/16 or whatever. You know what I mean? And then you can slide that. What's really crazy is you can slide that piece then across the memory that you've recorded. So you can go forward in time, backward in time. And what's cool is that you have a little knob where you can sort of jump around. That's what you heard me. I was just jumping around. But I'm jumping around blind. I don't know where the fuck I'm going, right? So I'm jumping around blind and just looking, it's all by feel, right? So, I mean, that's the great thing about it. It's all by feel, and then you can sample anything. And then the other thing is you have a pitch bender, so you can sort of modify the pitch of the pieces. You can sort of, I don't know, you can even distort all the way down to its granular, and then you can find something in the granular, you know what I mean? Which is bizarre. It's a blast, man. It's like it's the new drum circle box, you know what I mean? Get 2 of these things, hang out, campfire, and you just have endless like beats that have never been created, will never be created again, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you couldn't even sample like this if you wanted to.
You can. I mean, like I'll set up a phone and I'll just record right into it, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
So you can sort of do that. It's also pretty cool to use with like transcription audio programs. So like I use like Otter, and I'll like record a set into it, but it also captures like Otter will also transcribe it. So if you're rapping along with it, it'll grab the beat plus what you said in your rap. So it's a really cool way to sort of like grab a whole session live and actually capture it. You know what I mean? And then you can, yeah. I mean, we're like in the age of like just fuck with it. You know what I mean?
I've mentioned you in the thread before, like related, but I gotta talk to you more about how to leverage all the music stuff.
Yeah, man.
Cause
so much insane stuff on the music stuff. Like there's Sound Draw, which allows you to create all kinds of different pieces. And then the one I've been playing with that Michael and I played with a little bit is called Avaya, AIVA. And that does let you do like full orchestra production type stuff. And you create profiles. So it has all these different profiles.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So like they just added like, hey, we just added a reggae and a drum and bass profile. You're like, oh god. So now you can model like your favorite reggae artist, whatever. And you can upload a track, which is kind of cool. So you can upload a track and say, I want to model something similar to this.
You've mentioned this before, and this is exactly what I did want to learn.
Yeah.
So that's Avaya. AIVA.
Yeah, I'll DM the stuff too. Yeah, put it up in the nest.
Amazing. Yeah. You know what's funny? So, do you remember mp3.com?
Yeah.
So I used to be on that when I was younger because that's where I would find producers from all over. I mean, really all over the world. They would always put up instrumentals. And there was a service that came out after MP3. I don't know what happened to MP3.com because I had a bunch of music on there that just got lost. And I am sad now because I was 14, and I wish I could hear what I was going on about. But SoundClick came out after that. Not SoundCloud, it was SoundClick. And on SoundClick, I can't remember the name of the guy, but he started to upload beats and he would name them like Jay-Z type beat or Dr. Dre type beat. Blah 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 type beat, like it was just a type of beat, and you heard it and you could see exactly. And people were selling like they were selling sound packages, so like you could get West Coast type drums. Now the joke was, can you play that? Like, were you raised in the church or in an adjacent space where they learn to do those fills and all that, because that's what those guys are. Those are church kids from Compton going to Dr. Dre's studio real quick and then going back to school after they do that. So anyway, yeah. So these guys, they had these sample packs and all this kind of stuff. So now on YouTube, though, that's how YouTube producers blow up. Like once a kid gets a sound, then they'll be like, all right, I'm gonna make a Drake type beat. I'm gonna make a Dua Lipa type beat. It's wild. So when you started talking about feeding in a beat, that was the first thing that came to mind, right? I was like, yes, a blank type beat. That is exactly what I need. And I struck a profile out of that. I mean, bravo. So yeah, thank you.
Man,
Thank you for always bringing this up. But I'm glad I was able to like sink my teeth into it because,
Yeah, absolutely. I love the tools. And there's another one that's called Jukebox, which is even more twisted. What it does is it's trained on tons of music, and so you can feed a song and it can listen to like the first 10 seconds of a song, and then it can mimic the rest of it. So it
shit.
It's insane. So
this
there's
is
a
called
guy out
Jukebox?
there that does like there's a guy out there that's called the Guy, and he basically like he plays the song normal, and then he samples it to the computer, and then the computer's like, it makes up the lyrics, it tries to keep up the riff, it tries to figure out the tone. So yeah, you can enter, like, he samples like the Doors, come on baby, light my fire, and the computer's like, light my fire, come on, let's go and light it. It's like it's phonetically figuring shit out, and it's just hilarious how it sounds. But it's not, it's not really, I think it's actually going to be used, and people are already sort of using some of these things for like almost like glitch packs. You know what I mean? Like make a really cool glitch pack of stuff, and then other things. Yeah.
I'm a fan.
So what I'm doing with this Wombo, Dan, is I'm taking one of the images you did, and I'm putting it into Wombo, and giving it like steampunk, right? And then what I'm doing is I'm taking the image it created from steampunk, and then feeding it back into itself and asking it to do steampunk again.
That's cool. Nice.
I just want to keep seeing what happens if I just keep doing steampunk over and over again to the same image.
It's kind of cool. They always tell me that it's just doing a new seed every time, but I feel like it refines it. I don't know. I feel like it goes and gets better.
Dude, I'm going to share this with you. Okay, so look in the... which one was it? Oh, yeah, it's this one with the palm tree and this woman.
I'll try to sample some new stuff for Mathos. What do we got here? Can we do anything with the song? Sure we can. We can slow it down.
Oh, yeah, that's a break beat.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow.
Now, you know what the great Mathos is? If it can send wirelessly the sync from one box to another, so that you could basically send your loop to the next person over, and you could all stay in the same rhythm of the beat, that would be wild.
Man, is there any way, because what you were doing right now, you were doing what they call juggling DJs back in the day. So what they would have two records offset, but it's the same record.
Yep.
And then they'll pull back to a spot, and then they'll just hit the what they call it, the sound balance. It'll just focus on the left record, and then they'll focus on the right record, and that's what you were doing. And so I thought, damn, what would it be with two of those? So even if there is no wireless link, I wonder if you could hook them up to a mixer.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, input somehow, and then screw with it.
What's funny is that the only output is just the speaker itself. They they're trying to control the ecosystem.
Yeah.
They actually
For now.
they actually released a new instrument that's called the new OP1 Field, which is their super synthesizer, does everything. But it's got a radio transmitter in it. And so the way I think they're trying to do it is
nice.
You can basically sit with that thing and wirelessly transmit to the boombox and sort of have a really sleek setup, you know what I mean? But yeah, in terms of people like trying to do turntablism on the OB4, it's kind of like it's a lot of fun to play with, man, because it's like you can go out and just have that speaker in your phone. You can listen to the radio and sample that, or you could, you know, screw in the playlist, or sample your guitar into it, whatever, it's cool.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it has a chant box in it. That's the other cool thing. It's got this like Tibetan Chinese chant box. It's got like 58 chants in it, which are really cool. And then it's got a metronome that can change into any, kick sound you want. So if you wanted a kick drum,
yes.
Yep. Yeah, man, it's a cool little thing, man. It's fun, and with the adjusting of the speed and pitches, it automatically copies that data as you move up the stack in the song. So once you capture the loop, let's say you grab the loop where it was, 100% pitch, and then it was 45, but then it goes to 68, and then it goes to 75, and then it goes back to 0. It would capture that movement, and then as you move forward in the song and found new
It'll
material,
cycle through that again.
Yeah, it would keep that piece. So if you have a really cool way of sort of fucking up the bass and beat on the song, it would then copy that. You could move up the song to find other pieces.
Man.
Now, what's also really cool is that if you're sampling the radio and you jump from station to station, if you jump to one station and grab 10 seconds of sound, and then go to another station and grab 10 seconds of sound, technically they're right on the tape next to each other, right? So you can stop time, and then you can jump into the Thriller, and then jump back to the news, and jump to the Thriller. But it's only two. I've never really been able to get 3 samples or 3 different patches of song, and then try to mix across them, which is really weird. And it's jarring too, so it's not going to be. It's kind of weird how it tries to keep the time sync, but it's kind of wacky.
Wow.
Let's see, here it's still in the background.
Cutting implies assembly. Really should be called assembly. Mosaic is assembly something to create a whole, create an idea.
What the fuck is that, man? I have no idea.
Wow.
Here we go. Find the loop, man. Here we go. And
you just looped that?
Yep.
Damn.
That's right, everybody. Thanks for coming in and listening to the Syndicate. Here we are live in Studio Hall, hanging out with the Cabana Brothers. Web3 in the crowd tonight, everybody. Put your hands together for Web3, everyone. All right. Coming down to the mat, we have Mathos. He's going to be fighting off with the Pizza Rat from New York. It's going to be a hell of a match. Also in the audience, we have Alaskoshi. He's changed his graphic back to the American flag, and we can see his face again. Thank you, Alaska, for allowing us to see your lovely mug. Everybody, again, thanks for coming to the show. Sandra's in the audience. There, Sandra, how you doing today? Say hello to the cast, everyone, Sandra.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dan.
As always, the black unicorn is your best friend. Remember, if you don't have a black unicorn in your backyard, odds are there's a man in your backyard that's not a unicorn. Also in the background, we have Allie, everybody. Allie, our legendary what the fuck she does lab coat girl. It's good to have her in the audience. Thank you, Allie. You know, man, you can just like run a show like that. That's kind of fun.
Man. And that loop is so hard.
Oh, man. It's so tasty. I wish I could hit a button and say, like, save to hard drive. Like, could you please save this, like, for all time? But I can't. And, of course, they make it like that. That's, like, the one thing that pisses me off. Because you find, like, that would just be a really cool piece just to have up, 3 minutes of it so you could just, do a piece or whatever,
Man, that'll bring a whole new era of sampling if you're gonna have to use that machine and just feed it into a mic. But
yeah, man,
looping like that seems terribly pragmatic.
All right, what else do we have here? Gotta go check the dogs are barking. I'll see y'all later. See you, Web.
See you, Web3.
Check it.
What can you do with just pure ambient? That's what we wonder. Interesting spoken word on top of that. Mathos paused. He wasn't sure if the drugs were taking effect or not. He leaned over and looked at Dan. He was totally out. He was frozen, actually. It's one of the effects of the drug. Mathos could start to feel it. He started moving up his shoulder. He was really thirsty. He got up quickly and ran to the kitchen. It hit him just before he got to the faucets. Stuck in time. Glass reaching out. The water frozen. Not even able to meet the glass. Fuck, he thought to himself. He'd be like this for the next 6-7 hours. He preferred a more relaxing pose, like on the hammock and half swing. Man, if you could get a half swing, you could be there forever. Can you imagine being 6 hours of just swinging? And now he had to face the fact that he was just going to be staring at that faucet. Frozen in time. It's a Syndicate's new drug. The Fitz did its course. That's weird.
Dude, what a brilliant... Nobody has tackled drugs in the sci-fi space. That was some next level shit, man.
I like the idea of a drug you take and then it's like, it hits, and you're like...
Frozen in time. I'm 100% stealing that, Dad. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm respecting everything else, but that one I have to have it.
That's all good, man. I learn from all. Mathos ran into the kitchen. Mom? He said. Father? He said. What were the drugs up to next? Only the song would tell. Apparently nothing there. He had lucked out. Ooh, that's creepy.
That was interesting.
It's kind of groovy. Be better for the weekend. It's not quite Tuesday night music.
True.
Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about. So we were. Did you finish off whether you were in love or in the hate phase of your relationship with Thorndike?
Look, man, he has in book Psychology of Education is where he loses it. Like nowhere else does he ever kind of, I mean, at least to my reading, I haven't read everything, blah blah blah, but fuck it if I'm not close, man. And like I never got the sense of this psychotic reductionism up until that point in the Psychology of Education. I can't even remember off the top what it is. Like he establishes these laws that are outside. He describes what could create the capacity for things to be reinforcing, and like for that to be, you have to be able to like the way the things hit the sensors of your body shapes how you respond to it, which is why you can consider two things the same class or whatever, which then directs your behavior and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, at some point in there, he goes,
You can differentiate things. You can put things in classes of things by the way they respond to stimulus.
yeah. So
That's fascinating.
he was saying that the reason why a cup and a bowl, or a cup and a cup, let's say it's two of the same
Two
type
cups
of
and a
cup.
bowl. I got you.
Yeah, perfect. They're hitting your sensors in a certain way, he was saying. And that shape through which they interface with your system has responses. Now it's taking on multiple properties. So every shape is composed of smaller shapes, and
It seems like he was reaching for the same thing that Chomsky was, which is what is the basis upon which we make meaning,
bruv,
whether it's the cup or the word.
100. And his argument, because I don't know if he might have said that the nervous system was hierarchical. I'm not sure if he said this or not, but that was his premise, and that to me is one of the things that makes him so brilliant. Is like he was looking past what they were able to say. But like you watch enough cats open doors, you watch enough dogs open doors, you watch enough pigeons open doors, and then you watch a child learn to talk between 0 and 2, and it's like, well, what the hell is that? And his answer was kind of I don't want to say a precursor to complexity, but that's what he was pointing at. But it's not until the education or the psychology of education that he turns into an idiot. And then he's like, this is just that. It's just a more complex version. I'm conditioned to be resistant to that, you know?
Come on, beat. Arrive. Working your way in there. It's one thing I can't do is fast forward. Playlist, why are you on, man? Oh, I know this one. Okay, never mind. 'Tis a lonely day in the Lord. The syndicate then said, be patient, because something greater is coming for us all. Just do not know what it is. My liege, the knaves report Mathos in the forest. He sings praises and hopes. He gives the people a chance. Find the one they call Brad. He lives in the forest. He knows of numbers. He will hunt this man down. This Mathos. Sir, Brad cannot simply be bargained with. Sure he can. Find the gold that he needs. He will take this quest.
What's up, boys?
What's going on, man?
Oh,
We're just screwing around.
just got home from the most pointless trip of errands I think I've ever taken.
That's weird.
What the fuck are you doing, Dan?
I'm messing with music in real time, my friend.
Oh.
Doing a little bit of live sampling and spoken word weirdness.
He's kind of upset.
What's Mike up to? Where's Mike at?
Yo, what's going on?
Oh, you're actually here?
I don't know.
Silly man.
I fell
Got
asleep
him.
last time. Was good. What are you saying? You're feeling good. You're feeling nice.
I'm about halfway through this joint. I think once it's gone, I'll be feeling better.
Hmm.
I went to like 3 places to try to buy a computer today.
Wait
Oh,
a
it's
minute.
on.
Don't tell me that. Did
Wait,
they not
why?
have computers, or did they not
No,
have
they
what
had
you need?
computers. They just didn't
Okay,
have the
yeah,
one
yeah.
I. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I
No,
almost got scared.
they had stuff. They just didn't
Yeah,
have the stuff I wanted.
machines,
It took
proper
me.
tools.
It took me 3 months before I actually got the M2.
Yeah, they have M2s at Costco.
Nice.
They I was gonna get the M2 MacBook Pro, but it occurred to me that the M1 wasn't my problem. It's my performance problem was only having 8 gigs of RAM. I bought the base model MacBook Air with the M1.
Nice.
So I've been using it for like 2 years, and I'm just now starting to run into problems where I don't have enough RAM because I started using Logic instead of GarageBand. and like you load fucking 3 cents into Logic, and it's like, nah, we're gonna be 100 gigabytes of RAM.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I was gonna get the M2 MacBook Pro with 24 gigabytes of RAM.
Oh,
Which
isn't
is
that like $5,000?
no, actually, it's not the 13-inch one. It's it comes out to 1,800.
With 24 gigs of RAM?
What?
Yeah, but
A MacBook?
the trick here is, let me check their website. The trick here is though, you can't upgrade the hard drive because
Ever?
so you only pay to upgrade the RAM. Give me 1 second. I'll make sure I'm not talking out of my ass.
Hey man, I'm team that.
All right, so 8-core with 8 gigabytes of RAM and the base model hard drive, M2 13-inch MacBook Pro is $1,300 base price. So if you go in and put 24 gigabytes of RAM, you end up with $1,699.
Apple is really out here trying to kill people. That's amazing.
Yeah, well, they're fully vertically integrated with the chips. I mean, they can save so
Dude,
much money now.
when I realized that I could render
shit.
a 3-minute video in 15 seconds, I was like, the game is never going to be the same again, dude.
Yeah, when everyone who has a Windows PC that I know, that because most of the people that I know that use Windows are gamers, so they have like really nice graphics cards and shit. But when it comes down to the come down, like actually doing work on a computer, their 3080s or whatever the top of the line card is now, do not render faster than an M with 8 gigabytes of RAM.
The M1?
Yeah, with 8 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah.
Yo. I didn't even realize all that other shit was happening in the background. I remember hearing about their processors and shit, but
Well, like, so the reason the Apple Silicon is so much faster, I don't know how technical you are, Mattios. How technical are you?
not at all. But please give it to me as technically, like I'll take it. I'll fucking
Okay.
yeah.
Well, kind of, it's basically a system on a chip, right? So the processor, the M1 or the M2, doesn't slot into a motherboard the way that an Intel processor or an AMD processor would.
Sure.
It is soldered onto a unified board. So
Yo.
the problem that gives you is if you buy an 8 gigabyte M1, you have an 8 gigabyte M1. It's soldered onto the board. You
Oh,
can't
sure.
add more RAM. So where you could add RAM later with the Intel Max, you cannot do that with M1 because it's a unified architecture. So every chip is soldered together. Like they're all on one chip, basically.
Sure.
So it makes for really cool running hardware, which is why you can render video on an M2 MacBook Air, M1 MacBook Air that I have. And my MacBook has never gotten hot to the touch, no matter what I've
Oh
done.
wow.
Yeah. It's pretty great, dude. So, like, Airs don't have fans. There's no active cooling in MacBook Airs, by the way.
They're just that not.
Yeah,
Or
they're
is the
just
material?
not hot. So there's a few things going on. When you have a unified architecture, your bus speeds are insane, right? So I'm sure you hear in lots of the nerdy tech videos that I'm sure you watch a lot of crap about bus speeds and RAM clocking speeds and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, all that shit's soldered onto the same fucking chip. There is no.
And that's what Apple was doing different.
Yeah.
Everyone else was decentralized, if you will.
Yeah, kind of.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm just.
No, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So, like, even when Apple was using Intel shit, they bought very specific hardware. So every Apple computer had the same hardware in it, with a few exceptions. There was some variation here and there in like which manufacturers they got their chips from. That, but like, so Apple OS is optimized. First of all,
Oh, wow.
it's built on top of Unix, so it's already built on top of a very like efficient operating system, and then they skin it and they make it less efficient, but with all the Apple things, right? But because they have vertical control of hardware and software, it's not like buying a
Dang.
Windows computer where you go to the store, you could buy a bunch of parts, and then the same fucking copy of Windows will install on that brand new computer that's never existed before because you just cobbled the parts in a unique way, right? That's why Windows fucking sucks, mainly. Also, because there has been no code revamp in Windows since the entirety of its existence. So, like, we could look at Windows 11 and find code from DOS.
I'm not mad. But I'm Catholic, so it's like, anyway, please continue.
Wait, what does that have to do with Catholicism?
Just making a joke of, like old things persisting for 2,000 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
I was like, wait, that's confusing. My brain really fixated on that.
My
Wait,
bad.
what?
No,
No,
I didn't mean
my
to
family
kill
is
it, bro.
Irish Catholic.
Oh yeah, no, I'm actually Catholic. But anyway, I wasn't trying to take away from what you were saying. I apologize.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. Yeah, my mom converted to Protestantism, so even though she's dead now, when I talk to my grandpa, she tells me how much he misses my Protestant whore of a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Grandpa.
Bro, he's 85 years old. He's been Irish Catholic since before he was born. He's not gonna change. Like, he was alive during the whole IRA thing, bro. Like, he fucking hates Protestants. He hates Protestants more than KKK dudes hate black people.
Oh shit.
Anyway, so because Apple has the benefit of controlling the hardware that they put into their computers, and they also control the software that they put on their devices, everything is optimized. Dang. So the same program is always going to run faster on a Mac than it will on Windows, like, unless it's a game. But Apple's always been pretty honest about the fact that they don't give a shit desktop gaming. They only care about mobile gaming. They're not ever going to develop products for desktop gaming.
Shit.
So, like, Macs are for doing work more than, like, playing games. And I think the perception in the market is as such as well. Like, for example, in photography, I don't know a single person who uses a Windows computer as a photographer. Especially if it's their photographer. Yeah. Have you ever met, like, a professional photographer that used Windows?
No, but I thought, all my friends are hipsters and shit, so they're all into Macs and all that.
Like, I haven't either. All Apple people.
Yeah. I think that's the perception thing, but for me in photography, I switched. I was a Windows dude forever. I had a gaming laptop before I bought my M1, and I switched because of AirDrop. AirDrop saves me so much time doing photography specifically, right? Like, I can AirDrop files back and forth between my computer and my phone. It takes 2 seconds. There's no, like, steps. It just works. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
That's like, that was worth buying a phone, a watch, and a laptop to me. It probably 1,000 hours in the last 5 years, Mattios. I swear to God.
Man.
I forget why I was talking about this dumb nerdy shit.
No, it is not dumb.
I was alone and I was curious. I went down to the local stop, poured myself a cocktail. I asked the bartender, give me an old fashioned. Brad turned around, served me an old fashioned. Hey, bro, what the fuck are you doing here? He said, dude, I'm go by Gene. Sorry. What are you fucking working here for? Tips, man. Tips. What do you mean the tips? Dude, everyone here, they tip in Syndicate. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, man. Our in here, man. You gotta get them all. Remember? I remember the pact. Gotta catch them all. Mathos got on the stage. Grabbed the microphone. Said the immortal words. Come high, hell, or water. Whatever you serve. I'm here for you, America. I'm here for you. Brad turned up the sound just as Mathos went into his real crazy tirade about turtles. Another thing, if you're walking slow in front of me, you announce yourself. Everyone clapped. The day was spent. Just another day in Syndicate.
Nice.
Why was Mattios upset about the turtles, though?
I don't know. Sometimes I run out of material and I had to keep going.
Oh, okay. I thought I missed something because the vacuum cleaner was going for a second, so I didn't hear it. Like, fuck,
I mostly just really like
turtles?
the beat. I just really like the beat, so I wanted to
Vacuum
keep it going.
cleaner.
Yeah, doesn't your wife talk to you sometimes?
Sometimes.
Come on, that was funny. That was funny. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on. It would have been funnier if I just said sandwich maker, but you know what I'm saying. I gotta fight the mainstream and go my own way. I'm like I'm a journey song of misogyny.
Speaking of people who go their own way, have you guys seen Crow? I haven't seen Crow in a while.
No, he probably got sucked into the Matrix, bro.
Oh.
He is the Matrix.
Mattios, what do you think of Crow?
I love Crow.
I know. I knew you were gonna fucking say that.
Well, I do too.
I don't think I've ever heard you say "fuck that guy."
Well, for transparency, I said it to him directly. For sure.
You said "fuck you" to him.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, to Crow.
For sure. To Crow. Yeah.
Okay.
I snapped.
Yeah.
I snapped.
Why?
And I
You
actually
just got tired
I
of it?
regretted it. No, not even. I it's just one of those things, man, like you know, we're around a bunch of knuckleheads all the time and have been around knuckleheads, and so I don't see my weak points. Like I don't see the soft spots. I don't know where they are. Because I could either turn the other cheek or I'm not going to take shit serious anyway. You know what I mean? But whatever it was that he said, man, he hit a fucking nerve. Yeah, you know what? I do remember what it was. So people were giving him shit, and then out of the kindness of my heart. So when I first I was like, look, bro, I'll try to understand you. Now, when I did that, I wasn't thinking I did this out of the kindness of my heart. Like I was sincere. I was like, hey man, like let's just talk, you know? Like
Sure.
you're getting pulled into the shit talking. You did start it, but like I would like to have a conversation with you. And then he literally dismissed me. And I can't imagine a world where someone being dismissive would make me fucking sensitive, you know? But in that situation, then I had those thoughts of I, out of the kindness of my heart, try to extend a fucking blah to you, and you're gonna treat me like this. And then I snapped. And immediately after, I was like, damn, I know exactly why I did what I did, but like, I couldn't have imagined that that would happen. I have no idea. But what was crazy is when I was like, man, fuck you, because he was popping off at everybody. When I said fuck you, he just paused. And then I backed off, and then like the conversation carried on. We argued about some shit later. So it wasn't even like I appreciated that about him. Like he recognized that what just happened, I got triggered. That was physiological. You fucking hurt my feelings, bro. And my answer to that is, then suck my dick, you little bitch. And it was
Yeah.
like, wait, why? But why?
You will 100% of the time get the most violent reaction from me when I feel like you think it's acceptable to not respect me.
You know, and I mean, it was literally, it hurt my feelings, right? Like it wasn't even at the level of and I'm not trying to talk shit about that. Like, but for me, it was like,
you know what, Mattios? I just opened up to you. I was vulnerable.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, bro, and I respect you, and I would never even dream of disrespecting you. Honestly, like, no, but like, I mean that, you know what I mean? That's kind of like, that's my energy. And if ever I did say some shit that crossed wires, because you know I'll be on here drunk as fuck, and you know, tone is a motherfucker sometimes. So if I don't rein it in, and you know I trigger something, I know, okay, like my bad, because I wasn't trying to bring it to this space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we have history. Like we've been on multiple talks. Like so with this guy, he was in there trying to stir shit up, and then it worked. He got the reaction that he wanted, but then I don't know why he stopped. And I would have snapped out of it regardless, you know what I mean? But it was just that then when he just didn't push the issue, I was like, wow, man, you know what? I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but at the end of the day, I do believe that you are a person. Like you are a good person. And I love you for that. And then it taught me a lesson, right? Because the next stupid motherfucker to dismiss me, they're not gonna get reaction. Like now I have that. I have that. I learned from that because I felt ashamed when I did that shit. So what the fuck was that about? You know?
You know, man, I'll tell you what. There's a few. I try really hard not to react with anger, right? I really do. Doesn't always seem like I do, but you know, I do. You'd be surprised how many more times I am angry than you'll ever hear. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And I know I got a little bit of a reputation for telling people to go fuck themselves at any given time of day. And it's true. I mean it 100% of the time that I say it. But I don't mean it forever. The thing about me is like a go fuck yourself from me wears off after a few days. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. No, exactly. I mean, and you know, like after I really had a debrief of, bro, I tweeted about this shit, and then I screenshotted my tweet and I posted the shit on Instagram, and then people responded to it on my stories and shit. Like, wait, what? Like somebody got you to react? Like, yeah, because there's a million miles between us, and he just hurt my feelings. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? What?
Yeah.
Why? Like, why would you? You know, that was my whole shit. But that's why for me, I don't want to trigger people, even though I may say things at will, and you know sometimes you do kind of feel a little more abrasive than others. But like, I'm not trying to trigger people into a physiological response.
Yeah, I don't want to make people mad. I want to make people laugh.
Yeah, exactly. But see, and that's why I'm saying
it's
I
cool
love
if
pro.
we could have an argument and still recognize when each other says a funny fucking thing too. Like that's one of the things I like about Twitter Spaces is you come around somebody, you know, and then you can learn to argue with them like head on. But then when somebody finds a hilarious insult, you just like you got to give it to the winner. Just be like, all right, okay,
Yeah,
that was
you
a good
got
one.
that. Yeah,
Like
I gotta
Narf
take that.
told me one time. Do you know who Narf is?
Not off the top, I don't think.
He's like, he's a very wealthy. He owns a telecommunications company. He's mostly known though for his code work with Solana, and he was a.
Oh, nice.
He's an old school cypherpunk, so he's about my age, around 40. I think he's a little bit older than me actually. Anyway, I had never met him before. I didn't know who the fuck he was. Right? I come into this space, and he said something to me I didn't fucking like. Well, we've all seen what happens when people say things to Brad that Brad doesn't like.
Naturally.
Naturally, I told him to go fuck himself and die from it. Anyway, so we got into a little bit of a yellow match, like it'll happen. And, after 2 or 3 minutes into it, he said, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fucking mail your box a case of the most realistic black dildos I can find on the internet. A whole case of them. A pallet if I can find it. And attached to that is going to be a note that says, Dear such and such, I'm so gay that I have to quit my job from it. Kisses and hugs. Your name. And I was just like, that is the most elaborate and hilarious shit that I have ever heard. And you win. I will bow to that threat. That was the fucking most hilarious threat I've heard in my life. And like, he made it very clear. He knew who I was and where I worked and who to fucking mail it to.
And he would.
Yeah, he would. And he has the money to. And while this argument, dude, while this argument is happening, I have other people in my DM saying, dude, he's not lying to you. That dude is almost a billionaire. Like, that dude owns a fucking cell phone network.
Yeah.
I was just like, what? Oh, well, I'm fucking in it now. I'm not backing out. I'm not a bitch. I don't give a shit how much money he has. Money doesn't make a bulletproof vest. It can buy one, but most people aren't smart enough to go to the store. Just saying. Anyway, there was a fucking hilarious argument, and I will always remember that argument. It will be the best verbal jousting match I've ever had with anyone, or probably ever will have again.
Yeah, man, exactly. It's
another simple time, another simple glass of wine. Sandra sat at the barn, stirred her wine. She was looking for the right time, the right kind of guy. Brad sat down at the far end of the bar and looked over at her. Tried to figure her out. She was too obscure to be read in any simple glance. Brad got behind the bar and decided to go right up to her. He thought he'd do his famous champagne trick. Mathos sat across from the hall, face palmed. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Sure enough, Gene did it. He grabbed a bottle of champagne and shook it as hard as he could, smiling the whole time, saying, wait for this, wait for this. It exploded. They were using cheap champagne from Singapore. The bar closed about 3 years later. No one ever talked about that incident ever again.
I like the percussion part of it.
It's bizarre, I know, but it's Tuesday.
But yeah, man, like I said, I love Crow. And I mean that.
I'm still trying to classify that beat. Like, it reminds me of, what is it called? Lounge. That's what I'm thinking of, like lounge type.
Yup.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
What'd I miss?
I was classifying what I was listening to, and it finally occurred to me, it's like a lounge vibe, which is cool on a Tuesday night. Or are we on Monday night? Where are we at?
I think Tuesday.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay.
Oh man, I was like, no, don't tell me it's Monday.
No, I'm making a terrible mistake. Sorry. We're officially on Wednesday now.
Not
Oh, if
again.
we're on Eastern, anyway.
Dan looked up from the typewriter.
Well, it did finish. So, what was that? Typewriter. What?
Say it, Matthew.
I don't know who the fuck Reverend Dr. Spottermensch is, but
Yo,
that's a dope PFP, so I'm gonna fucking follow. That's really
Yeah,
well
man.
done.
Smart
hey,
dude.
Spader is the truth. There
Yeah, man.
was a period where I was on Twitter Spaces and all these Bitcoin and altcoin spaces, and I was just like making fun of motherfuckers. I'm about to learn how to make an NFT, and I was being a jackass, but it was all in good fun, you know. And then one day, Spader had enough, bro, and then he fucking sends me a link to like a tutorial, like, all right, motherfucker, you want to sit here and talk all this shit? This is how you make one. And I was like, whoa. Okay. I better see these Spader links on every poster on this fucking website. But granted, I was for sure talking way out of pocket. Like, you know, I mean, for basically anything I say, I just shouldn't. And I have such graceful friends that they're like, yeah, they'll be like, hey, that's on the right track, bro. Check this out. Or they'll just be like, you have to stop, bro. Like, you already sent me your address. You just have to stop. You can't say these words. But yeah, man.
I'll send you my address,
Spader is the
Marios.
truth. Is that a threat?
Well,
No, it's an
JK,
invitation to smoke
thank you for
weed.
the generous
yeah.
intro. What's up, fellas?
What's up,
Spader,
man? It's just a
the
dope PFP.
teacher.
Did you make it?
No, I jacked it.
Oh, it's cool though. Either way.
Thanks.
Even better.
Right? That's how I know I'm a great artist, because Steve Jobs said so.
Boom.
Boom.
Triggered.
No, I'm just
Got him.
chilling at
Bro, Steve Jobs is one of my fucking heroes.
But I thought I'd come and say hi, because you guys are cool.
Hello.
You guys are cool. I fuck with
Hey,
you guys.
ditto, Spader. Nah, you are the guy. I appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man. Fuck yeah.
Well, if Mattios loves you, I love you too, brother.
Bruv.
It says right in his
telling
name
you.
here, super chill, Mattios.
No thoughts,
Yeah.
just vibes.
You feel me?
What I see is Matteo super speaker.
It's like,
you
I'm
make your
super
PFP?
chill. No, my boy Edgar did. Erod, some shit. He's on here. That little motherfucker. But
I ain't
he did
trying
it
to
when we were
flex
in
or
college.
anything, but I made my PFP. I took the photo of myself,
Boom.
and I did everything else. So I'm just throwing it out there. I had some money to buy an app.
Hey,
I want to run my shit through that diffusion fucking AI that just came out. Just dropped like is it today or yesterday? They came out with the official release because it got leaked.
Whoa.
Wait, what is it?
You
Got-
feed a
go-
picture into it and it diffuses it?
Go on. Actually, I'll just tweet.
Oh, I'm sitting in my browser. I was gonna
Yo,
Google
this
it.
is the shit that Peter uses. That Peter used to create the Joe Rogan thing.
It's okay. So it's called guided diffusion, and if you Google it and maybe you type in "hugging face," you'll definitely get to the thing where you can type in your prompt. But I tried it right when they said it came out.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, like shit. Yeah, we definitely have the text box here for you, but we can't actually. Sorry.
What was it called again? Disco diffusion.
It's called like guided diffusion.
Do you want me to post the link for you, Mike? I'll copy paste it.
That'd be amazing.
All right, should be in the nest now. By the way, I made a new banner, so everyone should go look at it and validate me because I made a thing. And I don't have any living parents to put my shit on a refrigerator, so years old, and y'all adopted me.
Fuck
Well,
you.
the nest is kind of our
It's kind of the refrigerator, isn't it?
yeah, right.
I wonder if
So
I
hold
can
on.
tweet my banner into the nest. Let me look. Dude, it's a
Hey,
cool.
that is dope. That is dope.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you can. Here, I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take this. 6, 7,
Are you counting the
8,
steps?
9, 10. Bang. All right.
Thanks to the software developers at Twitter Labs, it takes 10 steps to do this thing.
Oh, hey, your profile pic is fire.
Oh, thanks, dude. It's pretty cool, and it's a combination of Canva and Precool.
No shit.
All right, guys. It's been a slice.
Have a good one, bro. Nice to meet you,
All
man.
right, Spader.
Peace.
Oh, and the little ring, the percentage thing is black magic. It's it plugs into the API. It tracks the followers. Every 100 followers, it resets.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Yeah, it's like
That can't be true. I refuse
it
to
takes like
believe
2
it.
seconds to set it up, man.
Nope. That's not true. I don't care.
It is true.
I'm sorry. Nope.
You can have one.
Nope. I want one.
You can
Fuck.
have one. It's free. Here, I'll DM you the link. Hold on.
My mom's gonna beat my ass for using magic.
It's okay. It's just software. Just tell her. Just tell her that you don't even have to swing a chicken around your head or anything.
Like, nah, mom, it's a sigil on a stone. It's chill.
Yeah, it's vibes, ma.
It's chill magic.
Twitter analytics and shit.
What?
Copy. Might as well just DM. Paste. Done. There you go.
So do you? All right, I'm gonna look at this real quick. Oh shit!
By the way, having an iPhone and a Mac, another reason why it's better is I just copied on my Mac and then pasted on my iPhone, like seamlessly.
What? You hit copy on your Mac and then hit
Yeah,
paste? That was
on
it?
my phone. Yeah, that's all. I went to the website. I copy pasted the link from my web browser to a DM to you. That's like Macs are the shit, bro. And if you buy into the cult, like if you drink the juice, man, and you get all the things, they just all work together. All fucking, it's amazing. Like I don't even have to bring my phone. My watch has fucking a cell phone signal, and my phone's not around, so I can call you, I can text you, I can pay for shit with Apple Pay.
It's
Pretty cool.
cellular. It does. It's not
Yeah,
hot spotted to your phone,
yeah, it has a cellular radio. Yeah,
dude.
I think it's 3G, but
Fuck! It's on a watch.
yeah, it's on a watch. I
Yeah,
don't
I
remember
used
the
to.
thing. I think no, it's LTE. It's LTE, so it's 4G.
Oh wow, yeah. Not even my Razor had LTE, man. Or maybe it did. Did it? Either way.
Dude, I had a dope razor. I had the Dolce and Gabbana edition. I couldn't pay his rent one month, and so he gave it to me.
Call it even.
It was like it wasn't gold, but it was gold colored. It was dope, dude. It had like a special Dolce & Gabbana theme.
Mm.
Razors were the shit, bro.
They taught me how to loop because I used to make my own ringtones.
Oh, that's cool, man.
And I was
That's
like,
cool.
oh, fuck, I get it. And then naturally on GarageBand, you know, I was like, I get it.
What'd you use back then? Fruity Loops? GarageBand?
I messed around with Fruity Loops in high school, but I never
Dude, when I
understood it.
bought my... When I bought my Mac and I got to use GarageBand, it was like what brought me back to making music with a computer.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I learned how to play keyboard off of the keyboard on GarageBand. Like, I learned the relations between the letters, and
Nice.
it was in my heart because I'm looking at the screen and it's telling me where the chords are at. So it was like once I did get a keyboard, I was like, oh, okay, for sure.
I used the on-screen keyboard. Like I clicked the notes and I did
slide
like
them in
the
a
piano
place.
roll.
Yeah. Excellent. That was
That's
exactly
old school shit, bro. That's old school.
my boy. Like we're best friends since we were 5. You know, we've called each other brothers since forever. So my brother, since we all know each other in the space like that, he's the one who taught me, like, you know, how to use all this or whatever. So he used to construct chords. Like he couldn't play instruments for shit, but he did play trombone. So, you know, like he could hear
That's
the
cool.
in between notes. So when it came to like constructing chords, the dude could just lay them out and it was in the piano roll. So like he would play a few chords and then he would just switch them up because all he wanted was the velocity from his input. Like he didn't even want that note. I don't know what the fuck I'm playing. Yeah. So then all he wanted was the velocity because he got the touch, and then he would just, you know, put it in its proper place. It was
cool.
it was insanity to watch. But yeah. Man, shout out to Apple. And that's why I tell, you know, the unicorn over there, fucking hipster artist.
Dude, when I started using GarageBand, here's the crazy thing. It reminds me of what you were just saying from your friend. I only knew how to make chords with 2 fingers, and oh, hey, Fitz is here. What's up, Fitzy?
What's up, everybody?
What's up, baby boy?
Dude, I learned last night how to I can put songs, any song, as a ringtone off of GarageBand for free.
I fucking love it.
Look at this technology.
That's literally what we were talking about, making ringtones on our Razor phones.
Oh my God. I'll tell you this real quick. 2-second story. I just got home from 7-Eleven because I don't have coffee, so I got like an iced coffee. So I'm going to put it in my fridge so I have it for tomorrow morning.
And that's discipline.
Dude, I told the guy, I think I maybe because he's a like overnight dude. I think I probably ruined his life because I just told him I was fucking with DJ Rave. My fucking God. Whoever told me about that, like, I appreciate you, but also, wow. I told the...
Wait, what is that?
The Rave DJ thing. Mattios, I've sent you fucking songs. You know what I'm talking about? The one where you like, it's an AI that mixes music, you know, so you can pick 2 different songs and it'll. So I did one. It was Gangnam Style and Cotton Eye Joe, and it's fucking dope. And so the guy was like, wow,
oh shit.
So now, because he's an overnight dude, he's all by himself. He was listening to cool music. He's all by himself. He was listening to like cool music. So the guy totally.
Hey, does it like echo really bad? Does it echo really bad?
Yeah, I hate hearing my voice too. That was awful.
What?
Sorry if I sound that way.
Fitz, you sound like what I wish every video essay sounded like. Are you out your mind?
That is kind. Thank you. But anyway, that's so funny that you guys are talking about. That's so funny that you guys are talking about. Stop it with the voice Genesis. It's you, you bastard.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask. Is it echoing?
I don't hear an echo. Sorry.
Okay, but like you guys talk, is it when you guys talk? Do you hear it echo if I don't
No,
mute my
I
mic?
only. No, I only hear my echo through you. It's like a mirror of sound.
Antithesis,
It's like a
we need to
waterfall.
talk it
Okay.
really clippy. This is terrible.
It's like the universe.
There we go. So anyway, I ruined that guy's life.
Because now he's on it.
Yeah, but I'm actually excited. He seemed really excited about it, which is super cool. Because I said, dude, Gangnam Style is one I hadn't even fucked with, and I hadn't even I barely remembered it. And I'm like,
Hey,
hey, that song
man.
was kind of dope.
Psy snapped off on those synthesizers, honestly.
Yeah, so I got one now. I got one.
Sorry.
I'm working on another one. Get into but you have to wait in line. It's like that's the whole thing. That it's kind of actually it's humbling. You know?
Can you pay to jump the line?
Oh, this is Planes Into Me. Oh my god, what the hell did I do? Sometimes I set them up and I don't remember what they were. I gotta listen to it. I might get rugged, but I have to listen.
I put the link to the top. Rave.dj. Change your list.
Oh, that's how you pronounce that word. Okay. Oh yeah, Horned Horse. I've seen you use this, right?
Oh man, it's amazing.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry, Fizz. I'm sorry, Horned Horse. I'm just a dumbass.
No, it's okay. We talk about so much shit.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing, man. Swat. Dan looked up from the typewriter. But that's all I got. My bad.
Light becomes darkness. Darkness becomes light. I took a sip from my improvised old fashioned 4 Rose whiskey and a little bit of cherry Coke. I haven't had a taste of alcohol in quite some time. It shocked the system. Why are you drinking me? The cocktail said. I don't know. I was crossing the streams. I wasn't supposed to be smoking weed and drinking. Why was that happening? Unsettledness in the mind. You're a coward, I said to myself. No! A loser. Perhaps on both. Captured within the honesty, I fall like a wavering leaf. I look forward to the ground I lay upon.
I like it.
Fitz looked up from his DJ set. What did you guys think? What did you guys think of that set? I don't know. So you said, looking over at him. I just don't know if I can listen to, like, what was that again? That was Saved by Zero? Yeah, but what were you mixing it into? The Our Father? Yeah, I just don't think the Our Father and the Saved by Zero go together so well.
Ooh.
Fitz looked down. It's the first time he heard criticism. He pushed off from the DJ set and went to the bar. He looked over at Dan. You don't drink anymore, do you? Not really. What would really harm me? Dan thought about it for a second. Should do 5 shots of tequila in succession really fast, but say the word Mississippi in between them. Fitz looked at Mathos. I'm fucking doing this. He did 1 shot. Mississippi. Took the next shot. Mississippi. Brad came over to him. Dude, don't do it. He did it again. Mississippi. Dude, don't do it. He did the 4th shot. Mississippi. And then it happened. He turned into a river. Fell on the ground. I can't move. Fitz was fucked up. Brad refused. Dude, I'm not taking him to the ER this time. Last time they pumped his stomach. Yeah, what'd they find? My watch. He ate it. The fucking bastard takes everything from me. Brad kicked him in the stomach. He's still okay. Whatever. Hold on. What's the price of Bitcoin? Anybody know? I don't know. Brad ran off to the bathroom. Had to check the price of Bitcoin.
Was it that bad?
I don't know.
You know
Something he
what's
always does.
What's funny is like I was that guy. Like I remember getting my paycheck and going to like Strawberries, and then going and literally like scanning, finding the CD that I liked, and I would scan it, and then Strawberries would give you, other CDs that you might like. So, I for whatever reason, I've always been so fucking into music, man. And I know maybe at the end of
It's
the
cool, man.
yeah, maybe some of them don't quite hit to everybody else, but to me, they kind of like if I get even because if you don't get like if the intro doesn't work, nobody will get through that. But I'll listen to the whole thing, and there'll be like portions at the end of some of these mixes that are like, holy fuck, that is a hit. Like I wish I could, replicate that elsewhere, like or further on. So that's like part of it for me. I'll listen to the whole thing, but a lot of times you get misses and whatever. But thanks,
Yeah,
dude.
man. Good stuff.
Dude, and I would spend probably like a third of my fucking paycheck on like CDs. Easy. Not even worry about it. Back those $400 paycheck days.
Yo.
Yeah, I remember that. What are you guys talking about? What's going on here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Rave DJ now.
No. We were talking about Hegel. So I finished chapter. Just kidding.
He's I studied some philosophy. Hegel's your man, dude. He's your boy, right? Hegel.
I don't buy in. I don't know. I don't think I buy into where he takes it. I don't think I buy into where people took what he was saying. But in all honesty, I have read chapter 1 like 14 times because I just was not grokking what the fuck he was saying. And it definitely does hit different. And the best part about it is that the American pragmatists, who are another set of philosophers, they call themselves Hegelian, and I didn't understand it. I thought it was a joke. But now reading him, I'm like, oh, fuck, okay, I get it. They're all idealists at the end of the day. And it's not about interfacing with reality, it's about using what works. Except Hegel turned into a Nazi, and we turned into the greatest empire in the history of the multiverse. But yeah, anyway.
No, it's good that you're studying it, dude. Like it's you're doing the right thing. I believe. If you're interested in it, yeah, read on.
Hey, thank you. But I was being a bastard because we were not talking about that shit at all. You know what I mean? We were talking about everything, I guess, for the last. I mean, I've only been on here for the last 3 hours, I think.
Oh, so you just here?
Yeah. Oh shit. Really though, because 3 hours. That's what. That's barely 14 topics. Like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna.
How many topics do you think we have an hour? You think?
Bruv.
Sometimes
Here,
it's like 0.3. You know what I mean?
Oh
Joey,
yeah,
what's
but
the
that's just
word?
because Bitcoin. Sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. I was just
No,
joking.
I was being.
But do you think it's 3 topics? Do you think it's 7? Like,
In an hour?
yeah.
No, come on, not in an hour. 3 topics in an hour, maybe.
Maybe
3,
3
3
right?
in an hour.
topics, like 2 panty raids, and like.
If I'm
Yeah, like
here, it's
You know what I
probably
mean?
worse. Like I can't. I don't have the attention span for
If
3.
I'm
one
if I'm on
religious
here long
argument.
enough. Whoa. Okay, let's talk about that, Dan.
No,
What
I'm
do you
just
mean
kidding.
religion? What do you mean? Anyway, sorry. But
Define it.
hold on. Yeah, you said I didn't bring it up. I was talking about the German atheist. You did this. But if I'm on here long enough, I can't fall asleep, and then the horned horse gets a phone call on WhatsApp at like 6 a.m. his time, 3 a.m. my time. And I'm like, hey, man. And he's like, what's up? you know?
Yeah, you're not. Yeah.
He hits me with the KC. Hey, Mattios.
Hey, Matthew.
How you doing? The sun's not even up. What are you doing calling me? Well, you know, man. We were
Follow
just
the
talking.
sun. Follow the sun. It's in you.
Don't call me back till the sun is up.
Time was one of those things that you had to study when you were studying like religious philosophy, because you had to get through the like contextualists for sure. So.
Yes. Speak more on that, please. What the hell?
Shut the fuck up. I'm back.
Hey, you always take us back to the beginning. Genesis.
Hey, yo,
We were trying to
stop.
learn about
Collaborate and listen. Genesis is back with a brand new invention.
Bruv, that's the second time someone has referenced that today. This is a sign. I need to find meaning in this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to do cocaine. Hold on.
East Coast hip hop
Anyway,
taking
Mike,
over.
you were trying to talk a second ago. I'll
Oh,
shut the fuck up.
shit. Joey, did you just say that?
Yeah, man, dude. I was in
What the
Bogota.
fuck?
Listen. I was in Bogota, Colombia. Okay. I go to a restaurant from an invite from the head of a graffiti crew. I go to the back room. In the back room, there's 200 people in hoodies listening to nonstop English East Coast hip hop. DJs are trading up vinyl. And I swear for 4 hours, they didn't change the tempo. It was just East Coast hip hop for 4 hours, English, completely Spanish speaking people. Like, when was the last time me, you, and some buddies like went to an Indian bar and listened to Indian music nonstop for 4 hours?
I'm free tomorrow.
Like, like East Coast hip hop is taking over, guys. It's on.
Yo.
Wait. Joey, nice to meet you, first of all. I'm Brad.
Hey, Genesis, what up?
Second of all, what the fuck were you doing in Bogota? I was in Bogota, in Medellin, and
hey, what the fuck were you doing? Nah, don't even.
I was selling cocaine, motherfucker.
Well, you didn't get a good price.
What do you mean?
It's cheap. It's chips down there. It's like $2 a gram. So I don't know what you're doing selling.
No, I was selling it. I was selling it here.
Oh,
yeah.
So
when I was a teenager, I sold like 150 of those a week. So I used to fly to South America once a month.
That sounds like a movie.
It's a weird way to grow up.
Wow. Yeah,
I went to prison and shit. I'm allowed to talk about it. I did my time.
Wow, that's a lot of
my shit's about to get expunged too.
That's awesome. I'm glad.
Yeah.
But I don't like run into people that have been to Colombia, so that's why I ask.
Well, I've been 20 times, and all of it's been sponsored travel. So there's a couple clients that'll send me out there for different things.
Sponsored by the CIA?
It's close. UNESCO, actually.
Got him.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
I love it.
And then the other clients out of San Francisco, they
what do you do, bro?
Yeah, I've just been independent consulting for like 10 years. Since college, whatever. I just keep finding clients and keep getting referrals onto the next project, special project, whatever. And down in Colombia, this was I speak fluent Spanish, so I was able to network in all the way up to J Balvin and his studios out there, and I got to know a bunch of reggaeton artists, and then connected them back to this company in San Francisco that builds mobile apps, and they wanted to synchronize license
the music of these Colombian artists into their mobile apps to get fresh beats, fresh productions, all that stuff. So I did like a $30,000 business deal for these artists in Colombia and kind of changed their life and helped them out
That's
for the year.
fucking dope. Let's go, bro.
And then they invited me all their parties, and I got the VIP vibes and was with the DJs. And I didn't do any drugs, actually. I just drank alcohol, but it was...
What?
I didn't do any drugs either.
But the girls look great, you know?
The last thing you want to do is be fucked up in Colombia on drugs,
Completely.
bro. Like,
Completely.
yeah, like you will get kidnapped.
My state of mind was already pretty good, you know. I didn't want to. I was already doing dangerous enough stuff that was like the appropriate risks that I was like, okay, I don't want to be under the influence of something that changes my mindset, makes me think I'm safe.
I can tell whether or not someone is an idiot if they tell me that they've been to Colombia and then they told me that they did drugs.
Correct. And I also like to keep my phones, you know. Your phone is the first thing that kind of leaves you after you do drugs. So
You just get on Spaces recently, man?
Yeah. This is like I was on yesterday while I was like cleaning my apartments and stuff, just kind of managing some stuff. Always good vibes on the Syndicate.
Yeah, man. We just like to chill and talk shit, you know, nice shit. Sometimes mean shit, but usually nice shit.
Dude, it's been a shock coming back to Columbus because I was overseas for 3 months, so my perspective kind of shifted on some stuff. And I told Dan actually that I was at a CVS. I met this girl. She was bad. You know, I was just shopping for like Lysol wipes, whatever. But she invites me to go back, and like we literally leave CVS and go back to her house. I've never had that in my life. Like I was like, what is this? And then I go out on another date with her the other night, and
oh shit, she didn't murder you.
She didn't murder me, but it turns out
that's great, man.
She has a spa, bro. She has a spa.
That's the opposite of murdering you.
I know, but like I didn't know what to do in the situation because we were at this nice restaurant. She shows up in this like skin tight suit, bodysuit thing that like shows everything, and I'm like, what is going on? And yeah, turns out she had some other things going on that I didn't realize, dude. And I'm like, here I am back in the United States, you know. So
no, man, you're the CVS fuck bandit. Remember, I told you that the
CVS fuck bandit.
Yeah, that's what you are, man.
Wait a minute. I feel like we jumped way ahead of the story.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm located in Columbus, Ohio. Here we try to find our wife.
Oh, Sandra's here too. God damn it! There's two ladies here. We can't talk about fuck.
It's all right. It's honest.
It's okay.
So, I mean, in Columbus, Ohio, we try to kind of like, you know, I was raised pretty Baptist. We try to wife up, you know, like I'd love to meet my future wife. That'd be awesome. But here I am meeting this chick at CVS, and I'm like, she looks like she could be a good woman. And then,
she looks like she's really good at possessing a vagina.
Well, I mean, every relationship probably begins with some form of attraction, right? I mean, so that's natural in there. But
dude, I'm not hating you for liking a pretty girl. I'm supporting you, brother. We're on the same team.
Imagine if it didn't though, and you're like, man,
but she was a hooker, right?
Girl. Like, we should probably figure this out.
But she was a hooker, though, right?
Well, I sense she was because she has a spa, but I went to the spa website and the website's not complete. And she has a bunch of money, and I'm like, where's the money coming from?
You didn't break up with her, did you?
Dude, I actually
go back
for the sake of everything.
Go back. Give me your number.
Well, here's the thing. It was like $250 into this nice restaurant. I'm like, the guys at the bar are basically eyeing me. The bartender's eyeing me. The host is eyeing me. My business partner shows up and she starts talking him up and he starts eyeing me. And so I excuse myself to the bathroom. I make some sort of complaint. She leaves the restaurant. And then all four of those dudes come up and they're like, was she a prostitute? And I'm just like, dude, I met her at CVS. Like, I was literally buying Lysol wipes. Like, it's not my fault.
Like, first of all,
unfortunate, man.
It was free, so no, not tonight.
Well, it
tonight.
was.
She's my girlfriend.
Well, I thought we were moving to a good direction. But
Really? I mean, I don't think you should break up with her, bro. I think you should stay in this one. And listen, I'm very critical of relationships, man.
Could be a learning
But this one,
experience, but I hit her up after the fact.
You could learn how to get a new Xbox tomorrow.
Well, I don't go too far on. I don't know. I had 2 interviews today with different companies, and like I steer pretty straight.
Okay,
but I was shocked
listen,
that
I know. You're a successful guy. You want to stand on. I get it. I know. I can hear it in your voice. You're conservative, successful, well educated, and worldly. But have you considered a sugar mama?
She basically would be such a thing. It's the truth.
Let me tell you some of the benefits, Joey.
How do I get the sugar mama?
Nope.
I'm gonna turn my mic off and just start listening. I bring it.
First of all,
Nicole's gonna kick your ass, bro.
Hey, who do you think's been taking care of me all this time? Hey, you don't get these sweet cakes for nothing, buddy. All right? You want to eat the food, you got to pay for the kitchen. Mm-hmm. Sure enough. Anyway, listen here. This is easy. Do you want to feel like it's Christmas all the time? Of course you do.
Yes.
No one doesn't want to feel that way. Right? And do you want to feel like it's your fucking birthday on Christmas and your parents are rich?
Yes.
Of course you do.
Like at the CVS and everything. Yeah.
So that was the funny thing.
Find yourself a woman with a flexible set of ethics. Maybe some childhood trauma stuff that makes her a little crazy. And
you're describing this girl right now.
And then just treat her like a human being. You don't have to do anything special. Just fucking show up. And she'll buy you everything you want for the rest of your life.
You're literally describing this until
it goes sour.
Yeah.
Now, when it goes sour, when it goes south, bro, you're going to need a lawyer.
Well, watch out for the Yakuza as well.
And a restraining order.
Well, that's
and
that's
2
what
guns.
Well, yeah, I sensed all of that. I was like,
those aren't for you. Those are for the bikers she's going to send after you.
Well, yeah, level of toxicity was at like a 9.
I'm just saying, though, you should ride this pony once in your life. That's all I'm saying.
Fair play.
Yeah,
she did tell the bartender it was my
Genuine
birthday.
wisely said.
Jenna says she told the bartender it was my birthday. And she bought a hotel room at the restaurant that we went to. I didn't even know the restaurant had a hotel room. And
wait, repeat that last part. You kind of roboted out.
She bought a hotel room at the restaurant I made a reservation at. I didn't even know the restaurant had a hotel. And so I guess what you're saying is actually true in a lot of ways. I think that she actually kind of set up the night to be showing her power and her strength. And maybe it was actually my fault that I didn't sort of back down and kind of support that actually in some ways.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you know, girls can be confusing.
Yeah, this guy's about to go back to Colombia and find this girl.
Roboted out
go
for
for
me.
it, Joey.
Was that only for me, or did everyone else hear you? If everyone else heard you, then I'll go fuck myself. But
all right, Joey, you got to go back.
Okay, I guess so.
Yeah, I can. Well, so it's just maybe it's just like a cultural shock even from the dating scene. Because then, yeah, I don't know. I date pretty well in South America, and the girls are really sweet. And just.
Are you saying that it's different in Ohio?
Yeah.
You're not gonna tell me I've heard some crazy stuff. You know what I mean? Proof of stake, Avalanche, Solana, and you're trying to tell me that the dating scene is different in Ohio than it is in Medellin. I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where what you trade in looks, you gain in safety, I guess. You know what I mean? There's a trade-off.
Kind of. The truth is, at least that I've
White.
found, is there's lots of pretty girls in South America that are absolutely safe and absolutely like deeply rooted in their families, just foundational. And it's a whole different type of dating and a whole different type of relationship that I actually prefer. I think it's really great. In Ohio, I tend to encounter trauma pretty rapidly.
It sounded like it accelerated pretty fast because maybe, I don't know why, but it sounded like that. Maybe was the reason.
Yeah, I think in Ohio, especially, like when you have a connection with somebody, it moves very, very quickly. Like physically, everything moves super fast.
Wait, Ohio faster than Medellin?
Yeah, actually.
What?
Yeah, I think people are more bored in Ohio and kind of looking for an immediate connection or a human connection, kind of craving that intimacy.
Yep.
And if they find it, then they got it. But unfortunately, they'll do you right if they kind of immediately speak to like the big points of their past trauma pretty rapidly, and then you sort of decide like binary, like accept or don't accept, and then keep moving forward. But it's not like they've actually worked out the trauma. It's like I don't think counseling actually does even enough for the USA trauma or the Ohio trauma that exists in a lot of it. It's actually moving out of the environment, you know? So
Satisfaction is key, my man.
yeah, that's right. And in Colombia, actually, I find that most people are living in a state of embraced humility amidst what they can't control, which doesn't really exist in the United States. It's like we're always almost trying to like one up ourselves or like fix what we can't control. Because that's part of like our way. We have the economics to support it. We'll just go off and battle and battle and battle until we succeed. They're kind of like, all this bad stuff happened, but like my other friend has it way worse, you know. And they don't really even bring up negativity. It's kind of fascinating, even the conversations. It's like if you start going down a negative path, somebody changes the conversation and lifts you into a positive. It's kind of fascinating. It's cultural.
Cool,
I
man.
liked
Cool.
embrace humility was a cool. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean like weakness either. I found psychologically, emotionally, and culturally, most people that I went on dates with in South America, they definitely had some layers over me, bro. Like, you know, they level me up on a date. I'd be like, "How did you do all that?" Like, there's some real learned wisdom. Even like younger girls, like they know exactly like how to sort of a position and approach to kind of take on more. I guess it's kind of fascinating. Anyways, didn't mean to completely derail.
No, man, that's good. That's good. How's everything going? Did you get your co-hatch pass yet? Still working on that?
Yeah, I gotta get to that tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
I had to be down in Cincinnati today. I'm going to go back to Cincinnati tomorrow too to keep meeting with this
Nice.
IoT company down there.
Cool.
Hey, Cindy. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just hearing what you guys talk about.
It's
What do you talk about
pretty
here?
it's pretty wild today. We went from North America to South America, and it looks like there's trauma in both places. It just people are reacting to it differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always wondered how it was from a guy's perspective. So I'm getting a little knowledge here.
I think the most positive discovery to share with the group is and I don't share this with everybody, but when people think of Colombia, they think of Cartagena, Medellin, Bogota, but there's a city called Santa Marta, and within a 10-minute drive, you can get to the mountains or the beach or the rainforest. And the energy of that land, it's like you can get a tree house, luxury tree house in the rainforest for like $50 a night, and it's got everything you need. It's pretty amazing.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, most people aren't aware of that.
So why'd you leave Paradise?
Well, I spent 3 months there, and then I had to come back to manage things and sort of get the next steps. I also lost pretty big on the Celsius bankruptcy, so I had to
You're
get some
kidding me.
What's that?
Damn.
Yeah, I had 120K lined up in the Celsius, so
Oh, dude.
yeah, I was one of the bigger accounts. So it's kind of fascinating. Like, I was there sort of just like smiling, like, super good. And then, 3 days into it, it's like the Celsius news came out and like some other things, like about Airbnb licensing laws changed in Columbus, and then clients changed and a bunch of stuff. So I was like, all right, I'll finish this project out, and then head back to Columbus and kind of reorganize some stuff. And what a blessing it is to be able to like lose tons of money and then like just be able to like work for a year, pick it back up, keep going. Like, it's a huge blessing, even just to be born in the United States, have the ability to pick yourself up. Some of that stuff we take for granted, I think.
Yeah, man. That is a great comment. And there are so many people who play in some of these crypto spaces or even in options who don't have that money to lose but still do it, and that need to kind of not take that perspective, to be fair. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially on the Reddit threads with Celsius right now, there's like, there's some real tragic stories of people just feeling like they destroyed everything. But the truth is like, you give it a year in the United States, it's like, if you're profiting $5,000 a year, if you're profiting 10, if you're saving 20, like just a matter of time. I mean, as long as you got cash flow, like economically, our country has given us an amazing gift of just being able to work and make money. Most countries, you can't, well, at least in the countries in South America during the pandemic, you can't even work and make money, man. And like Deloitte is hiring people out there for like $6 an hour, accountants. You know what I mean? Like the top firms are hiring people for $6 an hour. And then like we started buying and selling paintings during the pandemic. You buy them over there for about $100. You sell them in the United States for about $400. And that $300 surplus will feed a family for an entire year in Venezuela right now. And it's just like, wait, what? And it's just a bless. I mean, by random choice, by random acts of God or life or whatever force is driving this earth. Like, we were just born here, and
yeah, it's been like the craziest lottery ticket ever.
Oh my gosh. And it's from a thankfulness perspective, like, I mean, even working at a gas station and making $15 an hour it's insane. It's insane the amount of cash flow that we can create in a year and, be able to keep moving forward in wellness if we choose it.
Look, it sounds like you're a proponent of capitalism or some sort of free trade thing.
I think so. And it's also weird to be in another country that basically has everything legal, like Genesis was talking about, and come back to the United States where you can't even have beer in your apartment and support musicians without the police coming and raiding your house, which happened to me too. So it's
really?
Oh yeah. We had house concerts.
I love 3 things and I hate one thing.
What's that?
I love America, I love guns, and I love drugs, and I hate the police.
I'm just surprised how regulated stuff is over here. And you go into any pharmacy in Colombia and you can pick up whatever you need, whatever your doctor prescribes you, and it's a fraction of the cost. It's an eighth of the cost. You come back here and you have to jump up through all those loops to get the same thing. And we had house concerts during the pandemic supporting
Yeah,
artists.
bro, it's almost as though it's a fucking scam.
The pharmaceutical
The opinions
industry.
expressed in the syndicate do not necessarily reflect those of the host. We support all of the major companies on the Fortune 50.
I'll give you a nice story about it. One time, I was on the front stoop with my buddies after it was in college, and we were listening to Bob Seger. It was during the summer, and we had Bob Seger playing on the front porch, and a cop pulled up, and he came out and he gave us a ticket. It was a noise violation for like $150, which was kind of absurd. I think he was trying to catch us doing something else potentially, like smoking weed, which we were, but he didn't catch us doing that anyway, which we weren't doing, if anyone's listening as well, because we weren't doing that. But we fought the ticket, and our argument in court was it was Bob Seger. Like you don't blast Bob Seger. You just have it's the summer. You just have like Bob Seger just plays, and we got the ticket reduced by $100, and they're fined from $150 to a $50 fine.
Dude, that's amazing. That's awesome. We had for 3 years. I turned an apartment into basically a concert venue to some extent. It depends on how you define it. I put a corner stage in, and then we had people coming over and providing $40 donations to have a seat and support the artist, and then over the course of time, there's a brewery who is just super cool in our city, and they've grown like crazy. And they were like, "Hey, we'll just give you a bunch of craft beer, like, I'll drop it off at your place. When you have your events, it's kind of like a potluck, right? So we'll just bring the beer over." And so the CEO of the brewery would just keep bringing beer over. And so when he'd be here, like people would get free beer or whatever, and everybody just enjoys it's BYOB culture anyway. So we thought whatever. And during the pandemic, we didn't keep it going when we weren't allowed to do concerts. Of course, we were just very careful about the biological truths and aspects of COVID, and kind of caring and concerning and careful. But when we were allowed to do concerts again, we started back up, and I guess the state police were investigating. And at one point, I handed out a beer to a friend, passed it from my hand to his hand, and it was from this local brewery here. And there's a cop that took a picture of me while I was handing my friend a beer. And we had raised over $100,000 for artists locally, so it was like a huge impact, especially during the pandemic. Me passing that beer led to 2 first-degree misdemeanors, which is like the closest thing you can get to a felony. 180 days in jail is the potential. And so literally had to go to the court, hire an attorney and everything, go through it all. And while I was going through the process, there was like attorneys that were telling me that another attorney had to call the state to get the investigators out. So there's some sort of like political drama going on. And then in the court, my attorney had advised me that I could actually go and start to change the law for the state. And so I got a bill passed by a House rep inside of our Labor and Commerce Committee, and got a new law being changed to update this. It's called Keeper of a Place law, that says you can't pass a beer from your friend to your other friend in your house if you're collecting donations for something. And so we got the bill start to be changed. And so they reduced it to a 4th-degree misdemeanor called disorderly conduct. So I'm a troublemaker. And but I still had to pay my attorney about $5,000. And so there's a local restaurateur that used to have jazz clubs, and she heard about the situation, saw it in the press or whatever. And she's like, "How much did you spend on your attorney?" I'm like, "About $5,000." And she's like, "Here's a check for $5,000." So like everything sort of works out in the community. Like usually the police try to like do something crazy, but people like rise back up. And I tend to believe in the community more than anything else. I think the people will end up changing the culture, and everything will be good again.
All right, man. I'm your 13th follower, bro.
Cool.
That's a good story.
That kind of stuff takes you to South America pretty fast.
there's some silly stuff though. Like you can't pass a beer to your friend in your own house, and then when you did, they changed the law, but they still somehow are able to get you with. Maybe that's why you probably had to like, what do you call it? I mean, I'm assuming you gave that up, right? You took that on for them to change the law, or did you not fight it at all? I don't know. Explain that.
So what I did was I started a fire in the press about the situation to highlight the situation, which was risky because it could make me look like 10 times worse, right? But 99% of people that I had talked to prior said it was crazy. And so the press blew up, and 99% of the readers were like, this is insane. This is why I don't live in Ohio, or this is why I'm moving out of Ohio and all this stuff. So we got like a big social swell around it. And with that social swell, I ended up tipping this thing on its side, and I said, well, how do politicians raise money for their campaigns? And everybody's like, well, we go to people's houses and we drink beer and we raise money for their campaigns. And I was like, well, how do you guys do that if the musicians do that? And they were like, well, musicians and politicians are the same. And so I called a house rep and I was like, hey, how did you like raise money for your last campaign? She's like, well, all my friends like had parties in their houses and like, they collected donations for me. I was like, did you know that you broke the law for like the last 30 years? She's like, what? No. And so she looked at the law. She's like, oh my God, I broke the law for the last 30 years. And so she immediately got on my side. And so she helped sponsor this bill. And then I've never created a new law. It's a kind of an interesting process. Like the bill has to be sponsored by a House rep, and then the House reps will find another House rep. And then they'll get some sort of senator to kind of be aware of the situation as they introduce it to some sort of labor and commerce committee. And that's what we have in Ohio is a labor and commerce committee. It's bipartisan, Democrats, Republicans. And so then they introduce the bill to the committee, and then the committee will make discussion and decide to pass it on to the chamber. And then the chamber will have an upper floor and a lower floor. And once it reaches the lower floor, it can go on the governor. And then if the governor signs it into law, it becomes law. The governor could veto it, and then it goes back through the process. And so that first presentation to the Labor and Commerce Committee, people on the committee were coming up and giving me hugs and telling me I was like a sacrificial lamb. And all the press was there taking photos and stuff. So it ended up being like kind of an interesting, fun situation to be in. And there's some like pretty staunch Republicans that reached out to me, like kind of offering me gigs for like consulting and stuff. And so it's kind of interesting how it all played out, but it kind of ended up being a benefit to sort of like raise money for musicians and sort of skirt the law a little bit, But I didn't really know that I was breaking the law. And that's the most fascinating thing. BYOB is technically illegal in Ohio until we change this law.
Cool.
It's very cool, man. This is not nearly as cool, but I served on the board for a for a nonprofit music production company, and we would basically raise funds to provide scholarships to kids. And we had like the GPA requirement was like super low, so they didn't have to be like the brightest kid, but just like a good musician. And then we would like repeat it, so they could get it for 4 years. And that was kind of the plan, so that we could just kind of like cycle that through. And so we had the festival at a vineyard. So they had like wine, and that's where like the music festival was cool. But there's at the vineyard, and we were like, can we provide beer? They wouldn't let us provide beer. This is completely not even close to your story, by the way, but this is just about music and a funny alcohol story. To clarify. And we asked them, like, can we get beer? Because like a lot of these people who like music, like, maybe they'd want to like buy beer. No, they said no. So because they made their own gin and their own rum and wine. So they only served wine, gin, and rum. And I've never, like, people get so absolutely shit-faced. We're getting just obliterated.
Yeah.
They carried on. We did it every year. Still going.
People usually know how much alcohol is in wine, usually know how much alcohol is in beer or a White Claw, but nobody knows how much alcohol is in gin. just sneaks up on you.
Yeah, he's like, there's coconut in the rum, and like there's a pineapple there. Like, who knows? And sugar, so it even hits you faster. But, yeah.
It's fascinating. Yeah, we're looking to continue on house concerts pretty soon now that like most of the stuff is in order. But instead of BYOB, we're looking at CBD drinks actually, and other types of non-alcoholic beverages that we sort of surveyed and people like. But it's kind of weird to like have a house concert and be like, no, you can't bring your own, whatever. So we're just being careful. But
we got hit with more. We had to like double, then triple the amount of police.
Oh wow.
For parking, and then the parking got moved to like a light area. So then buses had to be involved, and we had to get signs and petition like well ahead of time for these signs. I mean, there's a lot of fight.
Yeah.
Towards I don't understand why. Like that music, there's like a lot of barrier there, to the entry and to like just creating some kind of a music event for whatever reason.
I think, and I blame the 70s. Like if you did some sort of event in South America, they don't bat an eye. You know what I mean? Like most countries are just gonna be like, hey, it's great that you're supporting artists, but I think the whole rock and roll revolution was a beautiful thing, but also sort of like separated police from like music lovers. It was like a big separation period of like, it almost seemed like government versus the people or something. And that's like, it almost seems like rock and roll at times was built on that, it's not that musicians meant to be anti-government. It's just that like rock and roll sort of, because Beethoven and everybody else back in the day was actually supported directly by the government. And in Europe, actually, they have huge budgets, like especially in Poland, like hundreds of millions of dollars are directly supporting music from the government down. So it's kind of fascinating in the United States how the government and the musician are almost juxtaposed because of rock and roll.
I'm wondering, is this a state to state law they have, or is this all of the United States about the alcohol and the fundraising?
Yeah, this is state to state. And in Ohio, I had to really dig to even understand what they were charging me for. I had to dig really deep into the Ohio statutory law. I had multiple restaurateurs and CEOs of franchise restaurants even reaching out to me and being like, I was not even aware of this law that, made you liable. Otherwise, I would have said something like, we have liquor licenses in our restaurants, and we weren't even aware of this law called Key Place. It's because it's more than 100 years old. So it was like someone was really trying to technically like jam me up. And I don't understand why, because we didn't have any bad vibes. It was all, we have about 4,000 people that came through our house concerts, and it was all just like, just really kind people, just really good people. Never violated a sound ordinance, never had to. It was all acoustic shows. It was just beautiful. It was like a Sofar sounds basically in an apartment, but we paid the musicians about 4 or 5 times more. So I don't know.
Because I think Texas is a little more forgiving as far
yes. Texas is amazing, in my opinion.
Texas being described as forgiving is a great line.
Yes.
Well, you got to remember that statement was spoken by a white lady.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Texas is really forgiving if you're of a certain ilk. But for example, while all my friends moved to Austin, you could go fuck yourself with a 20-foot pole if you think I'm stepping one goddamn solitary foot inside of the great state of Texas. And it's not because I do not love the great state of goddamn Texas. It's because weed is illegal there, and I smoke 2 ounces a week.
Well, we're working on it.
Yeah,
as soon as y'all make weed legal, I'm coming back to Texas.
Man, I have a feeling Austin will be the new Denver.
Yeah, I agree.
No, it's absurd how a state that's it really is one
already
of the
is.
shining examples of self-governance, right? Like, stop locking up people for dumb shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we need that. We need that kind of vibe in Indiana right now. Really.
Oh, dude, I used to live in Indiana.
Hoof, hoof.
I got my PhDs from Purdue University.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think they'll probably be the late adopter of it all, but
Oh, Indiana will try to fucking secede.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a
Yeah,
big fan of Larry
I own
Bird.
a house in Lafayette, Indiana. Where do you live in Indiana?
Oh, I'm in Columbus, Ohio, but
Oh, okay.
my brother was in
Oops,
jail
sorry.
and he was driving through Indiana one time because he had like maybe an eighth in his car after going to a music festival, and so he got locked up in jail for 2 weeks.
Yep.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, dude, I went to prison in Indiana when I was 19.
That's wild. Yeah.
I'm lucky I got out, bro.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
of prison, I mean of Indiana.
Got it. Yeah, it's maybe good from far, but far from good when you're actually there. There's a good wine bar in Indianapolis, but I never really had a. Yeah, I always had actually like pretty.
So when it comes
Yeah.
to the PreSonus
Sorry. Sorry, I just accidentally hit play on my fucking thing. I'm trying to clean my desk.
Yeah. Who was speaking?
That was a YouTube video. I accidentally hit play.
Oh, gotcha.
While you were talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I love actually what South by Southwest has done for the diversity of Texas and in Austin, but it seems like it really has been I know in Austin, probably living there, it's probably really annoying to have 100,000 people come in out of nowhere, but internationally, I sense that South by Southwest has done some amazing things for diversity in the state.
Agree. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't support none of that hippie shit.
Yeah, we just put a panel in actually to try to announce a new music office in the state of Ohio at South by Southwest because the global cred just it helps, speaking to a global audience and kind of launching a local initiative puts your local initiative on the map for some reason. But I like how Texas kind of it almost seems to be leading in a lot of ways, helping other people to sort of come up at times if you bring the right initiative in at the right time. Some pretty fascinating things going on there.
Dude, I think my cactus is gonna die.
Uh-huh.
This is unacceptable. These are like my children. Its stem is all floppy. And it's like looks like it's full of a fluid of some kind. Like, does anybody know anything about cacti?
You might have watered it too much.
What happens when you water a cactus too much? Yeah, I think I killed it. Damn. Man, I didn't even water it that much. Son of a bitch.
I tried to raise an orange tree in my apartment one time. It didn't work out.
I have a lot of plants in here. I do pretty good with them. I just didn't realize I was watering it too much. Like 7 or 8 plants in my office. Rest in peace, Hey, I wonder, it's got like, it's one of those cactuses with the balls on top, you know? Like it's got like a colored, like, um, what do you call it?
Little flower looking thing on top, like
Yeah,
orange.
it sort of looks like a fucking star fruit, but you know, it's a cactus. Mine is orange, but they got like different colors of them. Can I plant that?
Yeah, you can stick it outside and let it dry out for a while, and it'll probably come back. They're pretty hardy.
Hmm. Okay. Well,
We have a lot of them here in Texas.
I'm not gonna. I think it's a San Pedro, is what I have, but I think pretty much all like small house cactuses are San Pedros. I'm trying to let it get big enough so that I can eat it and trip my dick off. But that's not gonna fucking work if I murder it. Why'd everybody quit talking? What the fuck is going on? It's weird. Quit being weird.
They're sad about your cactus.
R.I.P. Pablito. This cactus's name is Pablo, by the way. I named him after Pablo Escobar. The cactus's name is actually Uncle Pablo.
I love that. While studying Pablo Escobar, I found this Netflix documentary about like people who had robbed banks and got away with it. And one of those guys was a poet, and he had like originally gone to jail, but then like they wrote like a bunch of people wrote into the jail to like release him because he was like this famous poet from jail.
Mm-hmm.
I bought his poetry book, and
Nice.
when he got out of jail, he actually robbed another bank and then just got away with it. I was like,
Fuck
whoa.
yeah, dude.
So it's pretty wild. Like the last thing he left to like normal society was his poetry book. It's pretty wild. Like pretty wild, like deep dude.
That's gangster.
His last name is Aguila, and most people haven't found it. I literally bought an original copy. It's pretty cool.
I collect first edition, but it's a weird nerdy thing about me.
No, that's great.
I just got into this series of books called The Three Body Problem. It's like really hard sci-fi from China, and I found like 3 first printings of this dude's work at the used bookstore the other day. I got super stoked about it.
What's it about? What's the book about?
So it's amazing. First of all, it's a trilogy. The first book is called The Three Body Problem. The second book is called The Dark Forest, and I don't remember what the third book is called. But the name of the trilogy is The History of Earth's Remembrance, I think.
Huh.
Anyway, it's about the nature of game theory and how it would play out in interstellar conflict. And then it's about how an entire planet would maybe cooperate to solve an intergalactic problem, right? So,
yeah,
in the book, there are these bad guys called the Trisolarians. And the Trisolarians have really, really advanced technology. So they're able to conduct basically like quantum surveillance. They print supercomputer AI onto protons and then shoot the protons at Earth at the speed of light, right? So by the time the story of the book rolls around, basically half of the matter in our solar system is made of this shit that they've been sending to us since they figured out we were here, right? And they've been on their way to us, but they cannot travel faster than the speed of light. So it takes them a very long time to get here. But while they're on their way, they use these super particles to fuck with the laws of physics via quantum mechanics in our area of the universe. So we cannot generate certain types of technology because the laws of physics don't work properly for us, but we don't know that because we don't know how to leave our fucking area, right? So we just assume that we're doing it wrong. And when we don't realize that that's not the case, that we've been deliberately gimped by this alien predator that is on its way to Earth. And then eventually we figure out that they're coming, and we start to go about the business of trying to solve that problem. And it's a fascinating story about how, for example, I think it's in the second book, we build up this huge armada of spaceships. Like, our technology has started to soar since we figured out that we've been fucked with, right? And now we have this giant fleet of spaceships, and we dedicated all of the resources of the entire fucking Earth to develop this fleet. And when this fucking thing shows up in our solar system, and it looks like a teardrop. It's just a teardrop, right? But it's about the size of a small spaceship. Just a teardrop. Doesn't appear to have any exhaust, doesn't appear to emit any energy. We shoot at it, nothing happens. The teardrop shows up. Our armada's trying its best to shoot this teardrop. Can't hurt it. And then, after a few minutes, the teardrop just, boom, accelerates to the speed of light and smacks right into destroys the whole fleet. It takes seconds to destroy a fleet that took generations to build and launch into space. It shows the futility of fighting an enemy that you cannot understand.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
So, like, but humans don't give up, right? And that's what's cool about the story too, is it's also a very human story. And the way that Chinese writers express narrative is very different than the way that Western writers do. Western writers express narrative in a very character-centric way. So it's very much a hero's journey. This is not how Chinese writers tell stories because they've been raised in communism and socialism and shit. So they write where the individual characters have very little importance to the ultimate story. It's just sort of, these people must exist for me to explain the mechanics of this greater narrative. It's very depersonalized, and it's kind of cool. It's a neat experience. It's translated into English, and it's not hard to read. It's just the perspective of the storytelling is different.
That's really interesting perspective, and I don't know a thing about Asian Pacific culture actually, so that's a good introduction.
Yeah, it's cool, man. And the guy that wrote it, his name is Shizhen Liu. He's a fucking genius, dude. His body of work is huge. Like, if you like the three body problem, read the other two books in that series and then go read all of his other shit, because all of his other shit is just as fucking cool. These beautifully detailed science fiction worlds that come from a very non-Western perspective, so they take on traits that, you know, we haven't seen in our sci-fi.
I'm gonna check this book out. I'll buy a copy tonight. It sounds fascinating.
Yeah, dude, I picked a copy up at Powell's Books here in Portland for like fucking $12.50 the other day.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyway,
Yeah,
what else are we going to talk about, boys?
That whole concept of empty growth is interesting. Just this idea of innovation, all the work we put in to advance and advance and advance. And then you just meet this giant teardrop. You know?
Yeah, made of metal you don't understand, using propulsion technology you can't even begin to fathom. And
right.
It just shits down your throat.
Right. It's empty growth, you know, it's interesting. You sort of kind of mass resources and such and then realize they were futile. You know,
dude, not to ruin it for you, but you know the thing that ends up saving our fucking asses?
What is that?
Lying.
Lying?
Yeah. See, because the way that the Trisolarians communicate is mostly telepathic. So lying just has never existed in their culture. They've never had spoken language, so lying was never an option. So they just could not understand what a lie even was. So we were able to trick them by lying to them. But it took us like 200 years to figure out that they, you know, they were butt fucking us for a while before we figured that out. But yeah.
Huh. That's pretty fascinating. I'm not sure what the conclusion of that is from a moral standpoint, though.
That's sad.
Okay, so just an underlying theme of sadness.
You know what, man? I choose to have a different perspective. Coming from the life that I've come from,
Yeah.
lying is one of the most beautifully useful tools in social engineering. It can be used to save lives. It can be used to get better outcomes. It can be used to protect the people that you love. But like any other tool, sort of like an AR-15, could also be used to blow your fucking head off, right?
Gotcha.
Anything that has power is dangerous in the hands of someone who's irresponsible. That does not mean that the thing itself is evil.
Understood. And if you've ever tried living 100% pure truth, it's an exercise in futility, actually.
Yeah, it's an exercise and nobody wants to talk to you.
Yes, it can create lots and lots. Yeah,
Yep.
it's excruciating. It can be excruciating to try to live in 100% truth. And you almost have to accept the human fallibility of just...
I think that's why Jesus Christ couldn't make it past the age of 33. Because
certainly.
he never lied, right? Like, he lived a perfect life without sin. So, like, they crucified him at the age of 33. Like, think about that. Those two things are not uncorrelated. That's all I'm saying. Nobody wants to hear that, you know, the truth is they suck and they're a shitty person. And the reason why their kingdom is fucked is because they're an asshole.
It's interesting how the three-body problem is almost the antithesis of the hero's journey of Jesus Christ. The opposing view, but still kind of arriving at a similar conclusion. It's fascinating. That's an interesting take.
I mean, I never really thought of it in contrast to Christianity before, but yeah, I think it works. And I think it would be. I think it's also a product of the society that the work came from, because the society that in you know, communist places, religion isn't. I don't think it's illegal in China, but it's probably frowned on.
That's interesting.
It was illegal in Russia during the Soviet era.
The book was?
No, religion was illegal in Russia. Everywhere in the Soviet Empire, religion was banned. Yeah. Communism and socialism, one of the first things they go for is religion. Because religion always has an overarching authority over people that the state can never have, which is why kings have always either been up the ass of the Vatican or literally trying to fight the Vatican. There's no in between.
If you look at Poland, it's interesting how the government will fund the Pope to the point where they're driving Porsches. And the Catholic Church is very much in control of the social and cultural constructs of the society, at least as much as they understand they are. Because sometimes society will lie to the church.
Yeah, and Catholicism survived the Nazi Party. Well, I mean, would have survived the Nazi Party anyway, but survived integrated into the Nazi Party because they facilitated the loans.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
From the West. Our investment bankers were paying for German tanks via the Vatican. So Hitler did not ban Catholicism.
Well, they own all the gold, too.
I think they sold it to the Anunnaki space Jews. I got to say something absurd every once in a while, otherwise, you know, I just can't be serious for too long a stretch.
I feel like if the value of the dollar continues to inflate and the value of gold continues to rise over the course of time, my kids in the future could be in the university studying how to use automation and advanced robotics to deep sea dive for large treasure chests that have been buried. Like, I feel like gold hunting
I
will be
smoked a lot of weed one time in a Twitter space with a bunch of engineers, and we designed a little fucking autonomous turtle that gets oil out of the ocean and gets gold.
Yes.
It spins the oil out of the water with a centrifuge. That's why it's shaped like a turtle.
Crowdfund it and then just find the buried treasure. I mean,
Well, you seem like a
right?
pretty well organized guy with your shit together. Go ahead and fucking put it together.
Yeah, no, I was talking with a technologist when we were on a boat on the Rosario Islands, and they had just found a massive, $150 million treasure chest down there. And I was like, why don't we just crawl the bottom floor for this thing, man? Like, so we started devising some sort of device that crawls under the ocean, because there's got to be some VC fund out there that wants to diversify,
I have a startup that I thought of a while ago. The bottleneck is that it takes $20 million to do day one. So it'll be a while. But it basically vertically integrates agricultural and industrial robotics and automation and drones, and provides a workforce to service and maintain them. And it puts it here in the U.S. Also, it destroys a Chinese company. So that's cool.
It's always a good competitive parity with the Chinese. It seems almost every solution these days seems to have a Chinese counterpart.
Well, DJI is the best rapid prototyping facility in the fucking world. So why would you try to compete with DJI? They're not that big of a company. Just fucking buy them.
Yeah. I feel like AI is going to take over rapid prototyping pretty soon.
Probably has for the most part, right?
Generative design, yeah.
We just need people to press buttons and write prompts and fix the parts that fall off.
Yes, under an automated product lifecycle system, like a PLI. Yeah. I wish every company was at that point. I think our economy would be
we'll have to rethink production of things from the bottom up in the future economy. Don't you agree?
Rethinking production from the bottom up, maybe. Cloud-based architectures are they're largely immutable systems where you don't want to change.
No, I mean the physical producing of things, not the managing of data. We're figuring that out fine. I just mean, like, for example, we have a factory with a certain tooling, and that factory produces 10,000 toothbrushes, right? They're a toothbrush factory. That model is not long for this earth. It won't survive another 100 years for certain, and I doubt it survives another 50.
It's interesting when you think about the future of the factory with the automation capabilities. Rockwell Automation, for example, is launching some pretty amazing capabilities for productivity. And in 50 years, will that entire system be replaced? I think that's a good question.
Well, I think that for consumer goods specifically, I'm not talking about cars, stuff like that. Maybe not highly technical consumer electronics either. But I mean, stuff that would be pretty easy to figure out how to make with a Star Trek replicator, which, like, I mean, not to sound all crazy and sci-fi here, but, like, we're only 2 serious developments in technology away from having a Star Trek replicator. We can already do Star Trek replicator shit in physics labs. Like, we use lasers to program particles to be other particles.
I need to look more into Star Trek replicators to fully understand. It looks like 3D printing on an advanced.
Yeah, it's sort of like 3D printing. You just have, like, how you could save, like, a bunch of files to 3D print various things you might need.
Yeah.
It's that. And instead of throwing away trash and putting it in a landfill, what you do is you take the shit that comes out of the replicator, you put it back in there, sort of like, taking your tray back to the, cafeteria. And it reorganizes the matter. It basically takes the raw matter, the raw particles, and breaks them down into their constituent particles. Every time you ask for something from the replicator, it just takes from the pool of particles and makes that thing.
It's actually not that hard to think about that actually becoming a reality, is the truth.
No, it's not the most complex idea, right?
Well, we're already at a level of complexity that's approaching such, and it's like I was consulting Nike. Nike's very advanced right now, and
hey, that's where I am. I'm in Portland, where Nike is.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and
yeah,
Adidas, North American headquarters. Adidas and Nike are here, and
I'm
Intel.
I'm a huge Adidas fan. They're putting an Intel place they're putting an Intel chip factory into our Ohio place right now.
Oh, nice.
But product lifecycle intelligence is basically what you're describing, with multiple link type of capabilities together in the supply chain. But it's not like a machine, like a replicator, like a Star Trek replicator, but it all happens in sequence, but it can be automated in sequence.
Sure. Yeah.
So like
that makes sense.
You have a shoe this was even in 2016. You have a shoe that's like a store, and that floor model shoe isn't to be sold because it has sensor tech inside of it, IoT. And so when you pass through the door of the store, the eye beacons on the door pick up your phone and understand some sort of high level demographic about what type of a person you are and what type of a consumer you are to Nike. And so as you approach the floor model shoe, you might stand near the shoe and it'll sense how far you are from the shoe. You might pick up the shoe and turn it around, and using the sensors in the shoe to understand what type of ways you're turning the shoe, it can actually track how engaged you are in what aspect of the shoe, and then predict what type of material or color or style you might have engaged in. It could be a negative engagement or a positive engagement, but over the course of time, the historical data is being collected by a computer that's using that data for generative design. And you can set the computer up to, do it periodically or do it in real time or however you choose. But the sequence that the generative design occurs ends up creating a new model shoe based on customers' real-time engagement or their historic engagement in that shoe. And
who designed that system? Do you know?
Well,
whose idea that was?
This is called product lifecycle intelligence. I'm not sure where it originated, but once you have that digital twin generative design, you can pass it on to a 3D printer that prints a prototype and then pass that on to basically be fabricated and then go back out to the store and replace the floor model shoe with a new shoe. And all of even the marketing of that new shoe can be automated with historical understanding of advertising in a digital management system that's in tune with the generative design or the periodic replacement of shoes. So you get to a point where an entire shoe line, an entire Nike line, Jordan Air Jordans could be continuously deployed and continuously updated by a cloud-based generative design PLI system that few humans are now interacting with. It could be 3 people overseeing what used to be 150 people.
Yep.
It's pretty wild. And that was 2016, so I don't even know what they're doing now.
Dude, they're in our heads. They're watching us pee. They tricked us into putting those goddamn little AI things in every room because we can talk to them and we're lonely.
Yeah, the Amazon things, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, Amazon, by the way, the ecosystem is better than the Google Home system.
I found Alexa's pretty decent.
Yeah, the way it integrates with like speaker groups and stuff is way better.
Yeah. Yeah, you can control more of the home.
It's funny that Google has shitty software, huh? They lost their way. Remember when Google's motto was "Don't be evil"? Now their motto is "Where's our buddy at the CIA?"
Yeah, remember when Amazon was just selling books?
Yeah. Dude, and when they were fucking like posting a loss every year for like 10 years.
Right.
And people couldn't figure out why VC firms kept giving them money.
Right. It's wild.
Yeah. First mover advantage is a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, you'd think that Walmart would have had an e-commerce capability that competed with what Amazon was thinking about prior to Amazon's launch. It took them a while to catch up.
When Walmart realized they needed to, here's why I think it didn't compete and can't, is because when Walmart realized they needed to compete, their company was structured antithetically to being able to compete. And that's why the development of their e-commerce system is like so far behind Amazon that it's embarrassing.
Something tells me that I could be completely wrong, but I sort of have another angle at that, and I think that Walmart understood its customer didn't want to buy online yet, and Amazon was going to socialize Walmart's customer base to buying online, but their customer base was never going to be more loyal to Amazon than they were to Walmart. So Walmart sort of just waited for Amazon to do the R&D and then kind of leaned and kind of copied them in some ways, and then built the e-commerce system that was more advanced based on what they could build out of originality. Almost like having the more chips at the poker table, you know?
Sure, I think that's a fair argument. Just as valid an argument, for sure.
It's interesting. I still go into Walmart, you know, and shop sometimes, and I also look around at the people that are shopping there, and I'm thinking, you guys are not going to buy on Amazon right now. That's huge prejudice, but
I look around the people that shop at Walmart, and I think, wow, it's amazing. You can read the fucking price tags.
Well, there it is, right? It's almost a better experience.
But you know, it is what it is. I think you are right, though. Maybe it was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B there.
Yeah.
Because I think the same company structure problem is what has and will continue to plague Best Buy. Although Best Buy did a better job recovering from the original deficit and are well ahead of Walmart now. Because they did the same thing that they saw Walmart doing and Amazon doing, which is develop a real estate portfolio.
They also sold out of tons of GPUs.
Say that again.
They also Best Buy also sold out of tons of GPUs really fast.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that accounts for their sales during the
Well, the funny thing, I was talking to a friend that worked at like I would say middle management corporate level with Best Buy. Like an account executive or something, right? And they were saying that because I was talking shit. I was like, dude, your company's gonna fail. There's no fucking way that Best Buy exists in any meaningful way in 10 years. And they're like, nah, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, okay, well, let's go over what I do know, you know, and I kind of laid it out. And they're like, yeah, half of the shit that you just said that like isn't relevant. And I was like, okay, why? And they explained it to me. They've been developing a real estate portfolio. You know, they've been really, really expanding the whole Geek Squad thing and like what they do and don't do. So they're basically Amazon with hands at this point, which is interesting.
That is interesting. I hope that holds up to be true and to also be executed. Your original, what you said originally, I also side with you. Like in 10 years, will Best Buy be like Kmart?
Right.
You know. So the question is where is that? Where is it going? I mean, I wouldn't buy stock in Best Buy right now. It concerns me of Sears as well. But the innovator's dilemma is there. I mean, people are aware that they need to innovate. The question is, can they execute it and implement it?
Right. In a timely fashion, you know, in a pipeline that makes sense. Which is, you know, a lot of people, you know, guys like us think about that stuff, but I don't think a lot of people do. Like having the solution to the problem and having a pipeline capable of implementing the solution, they're not the same thing.
Completely different. I mean, you can have great ideas. They have to pass all the phase gates to actually become relevant.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other like games you need to play. For example, you might need to leverage a competitor for a part that you can't vertically integrate for your solution, and you need to obfuscate the use of that part, or they're not going to fucking supply it to you.
Completely.
Like Elon Musk, for example, in my startup idea, I basically have a part of the plan that says, yeah, I'm going to license my entire software UI almost for free to Amazon and Tesla, and Elon Musk et al. Because why? Well, why would I not do that? I don't need their money. Like, their money isn't going to make me rich, but their money will fucking destroy me before I take my first breath. Right? You want to integrate with competitors, not compete.
Yeah, Sun Tzu vibes. I mean, the question is the UI that you've built, why would I look at a guy like Elon Musk.
Do you drive a Tesla?
I don't actually. My neighbor does though.
So you've been in one though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't drive a Tesla either, bro. I drive a 2009 Toyota Camry, just to be clear.
I used to drive a Honda. I had the option to buy a Tesla. I bought a BMW.
What Beamer did you buy?
Just the 300 series. It drives nice, man. It just feels good.
The V6, right?
Yeah. It has the Eco Pro on it, whatever. You can drive Eco mode. It gets 30 miles, 40 miles a gallon. It's like, it just feels good. I was wanted one since I was a kid.
You got a new one?
This is 2017 Beamer.
Oh, cool. Is the software good in that car? Just out of curiosity.
I wouldn't say I'd use the software very much, to be honest with you, and that's why I didn't buy the Teslas. Like, I'm kind of a traditional driver.
Sure, yeah.
But it has good Eco Pro features. You can you can go from sport mode to Eco Pro mode, just like on a Tesla when you click into like the hyperspeed mode versus like the normal vibes.
Dude, my Toyota Camry is the fastest four-door car I have ever been in. I have the 2009 Camry SE. It's got the V6.
Yeah.
And it has two modes. I like to call them, you're gonna get pulled over and it doesn't matter because you're dead.
Yeah,
because the car is just not designed for the amount of power that it can produce. Like, the tires will not maintain traction, bro. Like, to drive that car spiritedly with the engine that's in it, I would need to like sway bars, upgrade the suspension, probably upgrade the brakes. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird car. If you ever have a chance to drive one, just like drive it around the block and put it in sport mode. It's weird.
Well, Shaq wouldn't buy his kids a Tesla, for a reason. Like, he's a pretty cool, chill dude. He has money, whatever. He wouldn't buy his kids a Tesla because it goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and he's like,
it's very fast.
It's gonna kill my kids. And so in Columbus, like, we had a Tesla literally drive through our main arena's door from like the main road. Like, it went, I don't know, 400 feet nonstop, went through the double doors and into the arena because it wouldn't slow down. They couldn't figure out how to slow it down.
Yeah, the autopilot like locked on or something.
Yeah, but also like it's just a super fast car. And like there was another situation where a Tesla hit a house like a few weeks later, and it's just like those things are like little missiles, man. Like, they go so freaking fast. And I already got like tons of speeding tickets under my belt. I don't really want more of that.
Yeah, I've never driven a Tesla. I've sat in one though, and the thing that I noticed, and I've noticed when I've watched reviews of the car, is that it has shitty software.
Well, and hopefully over time that software, obviously through that cloud deployment, is continuously, CI/CD it's updated. Hopefully the software improves and it keeps getting better. I don't think we're autonomous anytime soon. I think that whole there's a hype cycle.
Also, you know what? There's a detail, Joe, that I should point out. I just thought of because I wasn't suggesting to provide all of the software to them, only the user interface software. So only the thing that you see in the car. Like, that's the stuff that I think they need help with. Their menus are not intuitive. In almost every major manufacturer of a modern car with a screen-based operating system, it requires too many steps to do anything simple, such as adjust mirrors. It requires too many steps to change things about the radio and the navigation. which is fine if FSD is at level 5, which it's not today. I'm really bullish on like getting to FSD by like another year, but it's not there today. Um, so like they just need what we need in the future of our modern landscape, that like we've been talking about, is a unified interface. One of the reasons why, if you work in manufacturing or if you work in machining, for example, you're trained to work on one machine until you're fully certified on that machine. And then maybe they'll start teaching you another machine. And sure, you could work there long enough to be an expert on every machine they own, but that's going to take you a long fucking time. And there's no reason that those machines should have any learning curve when it comes to the user interacting with that machine. If a user is tech savvy and trained to work on one machine, he or she should be able to function every machine in that building to an equal level of expertise, as long as they're trained on the tolerances required. Does that make sense?
It does, and it goes back to immutable cloud architecture, or even the fast forward rewind button on a VCR that eventually made it onto Netflix, right?
Right.
So there should be some unified UI UX that goes into everything we do as humans, and the good stuff gets passed on, and the bad stuff kind of disappears, and we don't even realize it's gone, right? So I don't know what Tesla's UI UX team looks like. I have no idea how Elon or the executives or the management ever would structure such things. I just know that in the world of UI UX, there's like large concepts that are generally embraced around end user design. But then you have like someone like Steve Jobs that broke that entire mold of end user design and just was like, no, I got a better way to do it. And I'm intuitive, and then they're going to love it. And he sort of pushed it out to people. And so it's fascinating. The whole world of UI UX, it's like, I still struggle even in, the most complex, like I did a Mayo Clinic cloud project recently where we were using a contained system with cloud-based architecture. And, you would think that everybody would intuitively understand how to like bring devs into portals and like design, different products and using provision data and stuff. But like the whole UI UX conversation was literally just entrusted to somebody who was like, yeah, this is the best practice of how you do it. And she kind of sold it, and everybody's like, that looks good. And it was sort of an afterthought actually to the product. I mean, it was a complete afterthought to the years and many months spent to develop the product. The UI UX was like, yeah, that those controls seem like they function well. Let's just go with that. There's no unified, like you said, there's no unified best practice or even
Well, and you can understand why, because people who are doing things that nobody else is doing are designing robots, they're designing software, they're designing things to perform mechanical actions. That's fucking hard. It's hard, and it takes a long time, almost exclusively longer than you think it is. No matter how long you've been doing that job, it almost always takes longer than you think it's going to, and costs more than you think. So as a
yeah.
matter of course, when it comes down to the UI, you're right, but the reason it is such is because of the immense emotional, financial, and human resources strain that is placed on a company by trying to bring something that complex to market. So, really, I'm just bringing the finish line a little bit closer. I'm not competing with those people. I'm not trying to take anything out of their pocket. It was going to cost them money. More money than they can possibly imagine if that dumb thing they just designed becomes really successful to maintain the UI and the software for this thing. They just took on you know, a huge amount of labor, high paid, highly technical labor. So I'm coming into these companies and I'm saying, hey, you see me over here building all these robots and shit. They're great robots. You like them. I like them. Everybody fucking likes them. Well, I've been putting on the fucking same software on every single one of these robots. And honestly, your robots are just like stupider versions of my robots. So why don't you just cut the last third out of your production cycle and license my software? Um, and like honestly, I'm not even going to charge you that much money.
Yeah, sounds like a compelling offering. I would also go back to the UI UX conversation. Just sprinkle in one little thing, which is I think a lot of companies don't maximize their UI UX because they don't hire artists and
Oh,
usually
that's a fact. Yeah,
technologists.
I agree with you totally. Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
And
I look at
a really good UI UX person is both.
yeah,
They're an artist and a technologist.
but it's tough to find artists these days because they eventually become technologists and they sort of lose the art. I mean, I think that's one thing that Steve Jobs did purely, which I mean, he stayed almost an artist, true and true,
Hmm.
throughout his career, from what I saw. And
Yeah.
Kanye West, all the drama aside and
No,
politics and
I love
whatever.
Kanye West, bro. Kanye is a genius. He's a
Did you
psychopath, but he's a genius.
truly? And he's
Yeah.
a total artist, is the truth. And like his new playing his new music player device, it's a super great UI UX experience that I'm sure that he was like telling people like, no, you're wrong, I'm right, do it this way. And it ended up being this sweet little thing that I think will redefine music players. But it took an artist really getting in there with the resources of
You're
technologists.
not talking about that little circle thing, right?
I'm talking about the circle thing. I mean,
I mean, it's cool. It's not going to redefine music players, though.
well, maybe it is that.
I
I mean,
was with you up until that statement,
well, so
but
so 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 let me just that's always such a broad statement to say such
right?
things, but I think he created a new category of revenue stream within the music industry that didn't exist prior, which other
Did
people are
he
going to
sell
cap.
them? Did people buy them?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Oh yeah. And he also didn't make his music available anymore. Well, his next releases will likely be just on his own music player, so you have to buy his music player if you want to hear his music. So that's where.
Or steal it?
Well, how do you steal a music player?
Well,
A physical music player?
what I mean is you steal the music off the internet after somebody rips it off the player.
Yeah, probably low quality, but yeah, there's probably some way to steal it. I I would imagine that most people would spend the whatever $30-$40 to buy the thing, and that's what I mean by redefine. Like he's basically building a new like form of iTunes in some ways, where you actually have to purchase his album as opposed to stream it, because you won't be able to get it on Spotify with your subscription. If you want to hear his music, you got to spend $30-$40 to buy the music player, which is hardware, so you can justify in your mind it's like a physical, tangible thing. It's also like a collector's item. It's also like in your hand. You can take it portably with you, and like if you start to like listen to his album all the time as opposed to using your phone, he just got a little, as Coca-Cola would say, like a little stomach share. He got a stomach share of your day with his hardware as opposed to you using your phone. So imagine the future of that those music player devices, even in the hands of a million people, 4 million people, but Kanye can sell sponsorships through the music player that are ingrained in the actual analog aspect of the tech. And you if you want to hear his music, you got to buy it. I mean, he has 100 million people following him. So if 1% of his base buys a million of those music players to hear his new album and he sells them for $40, it's $40 million of revenue coming in for a release of an album. He could probably do 2%, 3%. It's $120 million, dude. So like, think about other artists seeing Kanye do that, and then they start doing that. It creates a trend on hardware, almost like helium in the blockchain, like taking it from the digital and going back to the physical, and then building a sort of a whole new capability around a listening experience in the music space, like helium did for the blockchain experience in the physical space.
I
It's
think
sort
that's
of
a good example. I got to tip my hat to you. That's a great example.
it's next generation, I think, for the
Yeah,
music.
that's a high level example to be able to pull out of your ass in general conversation. Most people don't even know what helium is. So
That's
well played,
terrible.
sir. That was a good example.
Cool.
Yeah. I know it's weird to compliment somebody in the middle of them talking, but I noticed that. I was like, oh yeah, that's true.
I appreciate
Helium
the
did kind of
validation.
redefine a way to force people to buy things.
And
And it's sensible because as long as they force people to buy things and it pays for itself, no one's ever going to complain.
yeah, I'm still bullish.
And they have the most viable discrete blockchain network on planet Earth.
Yes, and I'm
Yeah,
super bullish and hopeful.
I'm really bullish on Fetch AI and helium, and I think they will eventually become really symbiotic.
Yeah, and it's weird that a radio transmitter tied to the blockchain would end up creating the next gen.
Dude,
But
it sounds really stupid when you say it, right? Like
it
nobody
does,
would think that's a good idea. You would really have to talk to me in some four-dimensional argument to get me to see your point of view. It
right?
sounds absurd.
It sounds absurd, but man,
No.
it's weird.
It
You
works
read
really
Brand
well.
called Lorwan, and Kanye is doing the same thing. That's what I'm saying with these music
Okay,
players.
but here's the thing that I still have to disagree, and I want to point out, like, it's a devil's advocacy disagreement, not,
Yeah,
but like, so Kanye has 100 million followers. I think that's probably about right.
yeah.
Uh, I think your 10% click through rate on the hardware is probably right. So let's assume he sells, and you're right. That's enough money. Like, if
10%
he
would be a
only sold it
billion.
to 10% of his fans, that's enough money. And if he sold it to 10% on the first drop, we both know it's going to grow by at least 1.5% at the minimum on subsequent drops, as long as he stays on time. Right?
Yeah, that'd be 10% would be about $1 billion in revenue.
Right. So he only needs to sell at 10%, and he only needs to iterate, once a year.
Dude, and it's if you understand the constructs of the music industry too, it's kind of like, again, analogous to crypto. It's like Spotify is the dApps, Ethereum, and Helium is the new music player going back to physical reality. Kanye, actually, the most beautiful part of this business model and the user experience that he's created is you can isolate the stems of his music to hear more of his music from the music player. So you can hear parts of it, you can switch it up, you can
I
basically,
do like that about them. Yeah, that they do know there's value add in,
yeah.
in functionality. Yeah.
And eventually Spotify will be able to do the same because of Kanye. They'll like innovate because of what
Well, I
Kanye.
know Apple Music is in the process of doing that because of spatial audio.
There you go. Now, so who's the innovator, right? So
Right.
so you got
Now,
Kanye doing
Apple
music.
beat Kanye by quite some time,
Yeah,
but in Kanye's defense, he didn't know that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
He
But
really did invent it. Like, I'm not saying that he invented it. Like,
he was the
he
first to put
didn't
it out.
know that someone else invented it.
He was the first to put it out without
Yeah.
violating someone's IP, right?
Right.
So you got this new music player thing, and it has the new user experience, and then each one of his albums he can create a new one, and then other people start creating it. But what most people don't understand when they're using this music player that seems to be like super just like innocent or whatever, is that Kanye is not paying PRO fees. He's not getting tracked to be placed on certain charts. Each one of those plays isn't captured by any sort of sonic algorithm that's picking up how many times you play that thing. There's no he could form his own IoT network and form his own data.
How
And
much thought have you given this, by the way, just out of curiosity? Because I was going to ask a question, but it would be a question only relevant if you've thought about it quite a bit.
I'm just thinking about it now. This is kind of
Okay.
like I have about 20 years of experience in the music industry, so it's just
Do you have ADHD?
no, not really.
Oh,
My
okay.
brother maybe, but
I ask because I do. So, like, if you do, then I can kind of better visualize the way that you think.
well, I guess what I'm trying to say, wrapping it all up, really is
No, don't wrap it up. This is fucking fascinating. We
well,
should drive this into the ground.
well, this music player, this Kanye music player thing, man. It's like he's not paying any dues back to the music industry for anything with it.
Right.
There's no publishing fees. There's no.
Okay, so how is he going to integrate that, though, in the way that people have been socialized to interact with music, without making every single person who's a fan of him buy this thing that they may not be able to afford? What's the mechanism he can do both and still get that $1 billion?
Well, I don't think affordability is the issue because he's killing it with Yeezys with people that probably shouldn't afford $300 shoes, and they're still buying it. But I would say I think he understands his market well enough to understand how to create things for them. And I think I sense that if he can create the cool like he did with Yeezys, you give this thing 5 years, man, and everybody's gonna wanna have their pro athlete music player thing going on. Like
You know what
everybody,
he really
think about
does have?
podcasts,
He has the ability to pay for this thing when it costs him money ad nauseum,
right?
which is what you
Manufacture it.
need, right?
Yeah. I mean, Joe Rogan could have the same type of player podcast version that sits in your room.
No, you saw what happened to his viewership when he went to fucking Spotify, bro. You saw that shit.
Yeah, but
Like, come on.
it's like
Like,
dApps Ethereum going back to the helium chain, man. It's like you give it some time, and then
I guess
Spotify
we're
sees it's cool.
undercutting these. I think that you are undercutting their ego. Not undercutting. That's a bad way to put it. In the way that you're weighting what motivates them, I think you're weighting money more than ego, a little bit more than I am. I'm weighting ego, and then close behind ego is money.
That's
I
fair.
think. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fair. I see it on a matrix. I just wonder if Kanye will spark something that other superstars will follow, and then they want, just out of their own personal validation, their own ego, like you said, they'll want their
Mhm.
own music player. You know?
Well, I think if they're really smart and he gets the any amount of, I guess, footprint in that 10%,
Yeah.
right? Like even if he got to like 1.5 or 2%, I would immediately be on the phone with Jay-Z apologizing for whatever you've recently done to piss him off.
Right.
And talking about Tidal.
Right. Right.
Because Tidal is absolutely hands down, with the exception of Apple Spatial Audio, which has a very small catalog at this point. Tidal is the highest quality streaming music service on the planet. It's
Yeah.
amazing bit rate.
Yes.
Yeah.
From an audiophile standpoint, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Jay-Z, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's on his next move. I just wonder if Kanye has IP on his own music player, and then other people have to figure out how to build their own. But it's kind
Yeah,
of
I
amazing.
wonder that too. I wonder if maybe he outsourced it to a company that's gonna own the IP. But he's a smart guy, man. He
Blown away.
won in his deal with Adidas.
Yeah, I'm blown away by what he's doing.
Yeah.
He tends to create a product in almost every industry now. Like he's in
Well,
the sports industry, he's in the shoe industry, he's in fashion, he's in music.
and he calls his shot every time he does it, which isn't.
Yeah.
It's even more incredible. Like before he designs clothing number one, he'll go on an interview and be like, "I'm going to be the best fashion designer in the world in 2 weeks," and then he does it.
Yeah.
And you're just like, "Oh well, fuck." Okay.
He's in religion too. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by how he keeps diversifying his revenue streams. He's got real estate. I mean, he's all over the place. But it's wild how the media will paint.
Dude, have you looked into how like he started a church and shit? Like,
yeah,
it's really successful. Like,
yeah,
it's a real thing.
I would go check it out. Of course. I mean,
I think it's in Iowa, isn't it?
I don't
or
know
is
what
it in Ohio?
I don't know where it's located. Actually, I need to look that
Dude,
up.
I'm gonna Google it right now.
I thought it was in California. Calabasas, Burbank.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's culty, but I would do it. I would check it out. Sunday Service Choir is what they call it, right?
I think that's what they call that. The Sunday service, but it's. I think it only looks culty for the videos. I think it's like otherwise a reasonably normal Christian, non-denominational church. From what I've heard in like interviews with people like that are not Kanye.
Here's an NPR headline: At Kanye West Sunday service, he is the church.
That's the truth, though.
So I have a feeling.
Well, it can't be any more culty than Jared Leto's thing, bro.
Could be.
Jared Leto is definitely the cultiest music cult leader. Kanye's in second, for sure.
And Kanye's church is, I'm sure, getting huge.
Dude, I'm looking at I think, yeah. Actually, what's funny is I clicked the article that you mentioned and didn't even realize it. The photo of him like kneeling on the grass there, like his hair matches his outfit, bro.
Yeah. 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 He's got the purple, tent to it. Yeah. Dude, that's wild.
Bro, that's fresh.
Yeah.
That is fresh to death. Like Run DMC would be proud of that.
Dude,
My mother's rolling over in her grave, just appreciating the coordination.
I'm still mind blown at where we have arrived at 2022.
Mike, are you alive, by the way? Did you go to sleep? You still awake? Yep, he went to sleep.
The host, yeah, Mike.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So you just like came on to Twitter, huh?
Yeah, man. I had it, but I deleted everything. I just kind of started fresh.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Is that a picture of you in your profile?
Yeah, that's me.
Nice. That looks like a glamour shot, like a professional headshot.
Yeah, I had a.
I don't know why I called it a glamour shot, by the way. What I meant was it looked like a photographer took it. I do photography as a hobby.
Yeah, good photographer took it. It felt nice. I need a professional shot. I decided to just make it all synonymous across my LinkedIn and everything else. Everything kind of. I don't know which platform people choose to like make their first, but for me, it starts with LinkedIn and then trickles down to everything else.
I recently made a LinkedIn, but I made the LinkedIn after my company got funded.
Oh, nice! Congrats on the funding.
Thank you. I'm still bummed out about making a LinkedIn, though.
It can be a place of good. At least it doesn't have a ton of left and right and up and down. It's kind of a
Actually, the reason I didn't want to have one is not because I don't like the platform.
Yeah.
It's just like I've always been a really blue collar dude. Like because I was telling the truth when I told you I went to prison. I was 19, right?
Yeah.
So like when I got out of prison for 20 years, man, I like only did like the bottom of the rung, will hire felons kind of jobs, right? So I never had to fucking dude. LinkedIn became like a huge website before I'd even heard of it. Because, dude, people who work at Wendy's don't have LinkedIn's, right? And yeah, I mean, when I got out of college or when I got out of prison, I went to college, but I never worked in my field because I was a convicted felon. Like I have 2 PhDs, one's in computer science, the other's in theoretical physics.
Wow.
So the only place I was going to work was at one of the various military contractors. And so I didn't work in my field, right, until I eventually got a job at OpenAI. But I didn't work there for very long.
Wow.
And then anyway, the point being, it became this thing where I was like, you know what? I remember when I told my ex-wife, I was like, I'm going to start a hedge fund. And she was like, doesn't it take like $100 million to start a hedge fund? And I was like, I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm going to start a hedge fund. And she was like, all right. The last time I said that, I'm going to start an extraction laboratory. And we were living in a shitty apartment in the hood. And I had never done extraction before.
Right.
But 2 years later, I sold that company for $250,000, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was called Samsara Laboratories. But so she didn't think I was crazy. When I told her that, she was just like, all right, well, it's kind of a weird pivot, but cool. But I never had a LinkedIn. I never used LinkedIn to do anything. I always did it like the way a guy from the hood would do it.
Yeah.
you know? Not I don't mean like illegally. I just mean like sort of by brute force, like my own money, just working an 8-hour a day job and then spending the other waking hours doing the other thing for free, right? Anyway, now I have one, and I find that just about everybody that I interact with now in life thinks that LinkedIn is a better social media platform, than every other one. Um, and I don't think that's dumb, and I don't disagree with them. It's just interesting. Something I've noticed is when the quality of people that I interacted with changed, everything about what was normal in my life changed at the same time, because it wasn't even really about money. It was just about, there is a different socialization that occurs at another like economic strata, right?
Right.
Thank God I was raised to be polite. Like, I was born in Canada. I was born in Toronto. I was born in the same hospital as Mike, actually. Uh, I didn't grow up in Canada. I grew up in the States, though. I grew up various places. But um, yeah. Anyway, I don't remember why I went on that tangent. I smoke weed, bro. I'm sorry.
No, dude, it's good. It's good. I do admit though, I am getting sleepy, and I have to wake up a few hours to drive to another city actually, and I might
Well,
hop off.
I have fucking enjoyed talking to you, man. It was great to meet you.
Dude, it's been awesome to connect, and all sorts of good table tennis happening. I love. There's a lot of learning. I took some notes too, so good vibes.
Good. I'm glad you took notes, because I didn't, and I'm gonna forget stuff. But yeah, man, I'll see you next time you hop on Twitter, man. Hop in our rooms.
Appreciate. Hey, remind me of your first name again.
Oh, it's Brad.
Brad. Okay, I
Yep.
got you, man. Thanks, man.
Nice to meet you, brother. Have a good night.
Nice to meet you too.